Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? How's everyone doing? Oh, I personally am pretty tired. But it's okay. What am I not? Yeah. Today, we work more in animals. We have the pathfinding implemented, so really it's pretty easy from here. Well, relatively speaking. We still have to actually come up with the ideas for the animals, so it's not going to be easy, but we'll figure it out. But yeah, we'll do that. I think first off, though, I'm gonna try and push a hotfix. So, because that would be quite nice. So we've got a bunch of issues fixed for that already. There's some that I'm not really sure about yet, but yeah. What are the ones I have fixed? Yeah, ovens would delete their output. Death script showed the wrong number. Research command, resources would not generate. Right. Resource stack says land tiles to 999. Okay. And apparently there's some multiplayer issues. I don't know if that's something I can recreate, but we'll try. So I'll load up the game and see. Yeah, anyways, move forward to stream chat. I still need to come up with the actual idea for the animals, though. I have no idea what I'm going to do for that. Because, I mean, really our options are like real-life animals. We could do a freaking pig. You know? Oh, okay, Chrome. I can't. A pig? You guys know what pigs look like. They look like this. Right? That's one option. I just don't know the route I want to go. I kind of feel like I want to do animals that aren't on Earth. Kind of our own custom animals. Just because I feel like, I don't know. Does it really make sense for just a pig to randomly be here? Maybe it could be like a thing where it's just relics of the ancient past or something, but I don't know. I'm not sure yet. I am going to try and connect here. I don't know why, like, their resources would not be showing up on multiplayer. It must be a Steam thing. Because it always shows up on local hosting for me. Actually, the oil doesn't show up, funny enough, though. So that's interesting. I mean, I'm pretty sure that oil is a synchronized scene, right? I do the position. Regenerate. I mean, that's fine. So I wonder why that one would not show up. It's weird. I mean, in the spawner table, we definitely should have oil in here. Oil deposit is right there. So why wouldn't it appear? The only thing I can think of for that is just its issue with the synchronization stuff, right? So, I mean, what happens in the oil deposit? It does ready, adds the oil, picks a random sprite. I mean, nothing special here. It does scale to 1. Regenerate. Got object resource, so it's gonna do all this business on fully loaded. It's gonna do wait a physics frame and start regenerate. So that's interesting. So in here, start regenerate. Is that if it's a server? Okay. Weird, so that'll just be on the client. Which is probably an issue. Yo, hydrate, let's go. Thank you. How's it going, Natagon? So I want that to happen on the server, but maybe not necessarily the client. It's probably the issue. I do call regenerate, I mean, from the server, so it should be working. I bet that's my issue. So yeah, let me go into his server. then do deactivate after. Yeah. I guess that'll work. Slept until 5 p.m. It's all good. Happens to all of us. I slept until 3 p.m. I do need to get a better sleep schedule, but it's really hard. I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of stuck with what I got. Okay, so I only want this stuff to happen on the server. I think the issue is that what happens is that it runs this on the server and it says, okay, wait, and then regenerate. But the client joins after that stuff has happened, right? Which is a problem. So I really need to sync some kind of variable that just says whether it's active or not. But I don't like to do that because then I'm gonna have to go into every single synchronizer and add it, which kind of sucks. So I could do like an RPC call thing. I could just say, if this person has joined from the client, right? So if server, else, then joining from client. I can say like, I can check the regenerate status, right? On the server. So I can say check regen.rpcid 1. And then I can say function check regen. Actually, this doesn't need to be called local. But it does need to be any peer. So check regen will basically just check, are we visible or not? Right? So if we're visible, then that means we're going to go ahead and set the new one to be visible. So now I'm going to say regenerate. And I'm going to call this with RPC ID, and it's going to be the person that called it. So it's like multiplayer.get remote sender ID, and I can pass that in as the ID for regenerate. So that should work. Be called from the server. It's going to check regen on the server. If it's visible, go ahead and set it to become visible. Okay. So let's see what that does. Hopefully that'll fix the issue so that all the resources spawn in nice. I can literally just do it from here. Just say manual, localhost. It should be working already, but I might have to restart the game, but we'll see. Yeah, I had to restart the game. It doesn't know that the functions exist. So, Arhund, welcome in. Am I saying that right? Hopefully, yeah. Arhund? I don't know, I always say that and I don't know if it's right or wrong. But yeah, I'm doing good. Just trying to fix a couple random little issues and then we'll be on animals. So put this up as just a hot fix. Yeah, I saw your post about power, and I think that is a good kind of look at things, right? So I think that could be good. Yeah, just kind of rebalancing things. The thing I'll have to make sure, though, is just early game, making sure that those values... Or end, okay. Yeah, I'd have to just make sure those values are, like, gonna work early game. I think that's a good balance late game, but early game can be really tricky with power, and I think that's some of the reason why treadmills and burners might have disproportionately too much power. So, I don't know. I think, Yeah, 10 for the treadmill. I think with the new resource generation, with how much more efficient it is, it'll probably be fine. But it's tricky, right? Because power early game is really hard, and then late game you don't need as good of a power source because you have infrastructure. So it's like it's like this weird inverse relationship, right? Where it's almost like power needs to get worse. But obviously that's, yeah, stupid. So I don't know, it's a hard balance to strike. So I'll have to experiment with those values and see what it's like. Uh-oh. Why did this happen? Deactivate. Oh. Whoopsies. Okay, this is what I gotta do. I gotta do deactivate there. Then in here, I'll do deactivate immediately after that. Okay. It's gonna break the game. Let's restart. But yeah, I mean, I do think a nuclear should be more energy dense, because that is kind of one of the big things anyways with late game, right? Of like keeping your setups compact so you have more space for infrastructure. Yeah, biofuel, I think the trick might just be balancing biofuel a bit for the burners, because I think it is too powerful. I don't know, I just need to, what I really need to do is load up a save, just a brand new save, and play through the game from the beginning with those power changes to see how things go, right? Because maybe it'll be more fun or less, I don't know, I'll have to see. I mean, the other solution is just like ramping up power usage faster, right? Like maybe slowing down machines and stuff like that. Because I think part of the issue is that late game you just don't use enough power. And that's why the ramping up doesn't really work. So I don't know, I'm gonna have to look into something like that. Please work, please work, please work. Let's go. Okay, so that combination of functions seemed to work quite nicely. I'll just write a comment on this. Fix to this issue, which had to do with be including it in a hotfix soon. All right. How does satisfaction work? Yeah, so I can load into a save and go over that stuff. I just want to make sure on this though really quick that the other should be fine, but I just want to make sure like the regenerate function and all that business is working. Because I don't want to post this and say I fix your issues and then I cause 10 more. You know. So let's make sure it's all good here. Waiting, waiting for it to do its thing. Okay. So let's just go load into this one. Ignore all the collision shapes. So yeah, anyways, there's this satisfaction thing. It's really quite simple what that is. All it is your generating power divided by your... No. You're consuming power divided by your generating power. So if you're generating 10 and consuming 10, it's your consumption divided by your generation, which is 1, which means you have 100% satisfaction, which means all of the buildings in your world are receiving power, But say you're consuming 200 and you're only making 100, well then, or other way around, it's... Oh, so it is generation divided by consumption, yeah. Whoopsies. So that would be 50% satisfaction. You're only making half as much power as you need. So what I do in that case is I slow down your machines. So if you're not making enough power. I'm gonna mini-map smaller. So like if we're at half power, all of your crafters and stuff are gonna be crafting at half speed. So it's basically just a debuff for not actually meeting your power demands. There's really two routes I could have gone with that. You know, it was either just stopping the network like they do in Satisfactory, where it just kind of all shuts down, or it's just like make your buildings operate slower, and that's kind of the route that like Factorio does. So I decided to go with that because it felt more fair early game, when people can kind of not have to immediately get perfect power up and running, because it's really hard without that. Yeah, so it's just a linear relationship between the two. So it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, and batteries are kind of sort of on a similar note. The batteries just operate in terms of like per second. So, no, hold on, let me enable commands. So if I have a battery out here, this will charge like... So it'll charge if I'm generating more than I'm consuming. So really, batteries are just sort of like an overflow. So you can think of it as this. Let's say... Let me draw this. This is going to be the best way to describe this. So this is a timeline here, right? Time is flowing this direction. So let's say that you are overcharging here, right? You're generating 200 here, and then that means, and you're only consuming 100. Let's just say that's the base consumption. So your batteries are going to be charging at 100. And then by the time, let's say your generation drops over here, now your battery is going to make up for your lost generation. So let's say your generation drops to 0 over here. Now your batteries are going to be outputting enough for your consumption, so 100 SE units per second or whatever you want to call it. So in that case, it would basically last just as long as it took to fill it up at 100, right? And those two things are kind of linked, the speed of in and out. So let's say this took 10 seconds to fill up at 100, then this will take 10 seconds to deplete at 100 consumption. So, hopefully that kind of clears up most of the stuff with the power network. It's really hard to get this idea across, like, in-game. I'm not really sure how I'm going to describe that, and that's why I think that sometimes the batteries are kind of confusing. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe what I'll do, I've been thinking about just adding another little bar that says like depletes in or charges in. So, I don't know. But yeah, anyways. Okay, well, I got the resource stuff working, supposedly. Yeah, no problem. If you ever got questions about stuff, just let me know, because I'm happy to describe these things. You know, because it's so much easier for me to just dive into the code super quick, or what I already know from adding it, and just explain away instead of people having to try and figure it out themselves, you know? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with these tiles missing. I haven't been able to recreate it ever since, so if I do find it again, I'll try and fix it. And this one, I don't know, I can't seem to find this issue either. I'm not sure how it's happening. Because it seems fine. I mean, from all the testing I've done, so I don't know. This one, I kind of know why this one's happening. It's just with multiple pressure pumps. I'll have to work on that. So yeah, anyways, there's a whole bunch of things I gotta figure out, but I think those are kind of less major bugs. I've gotten all the big issues kind of worked out. Alrighty. Well, honestly, I think it's time to push a patch then. So let's do that. Let's turn off our multiple instances. Just to check, I'm pretty sure I did, but I just want to make sure I set the dungeon back to normal. Yeah. And then, we need to change the version. Alright. I think we're good to go with this, then. I'll write down on here. Fix an issue where resource nodes would not sync properly on multiplayer. Resource node visibility. Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all the bugs that we fixed, so let's go ahead and do that. So export as all. Release mode. I do need to, Relic Line actually sent over a link to, a very interesting script. Basically, it goes straight from Godot into Steam, which is kind of sick. So, yeah, I'm excited to try it out, because it would be very nice to be able to do that. Yeah, you gotta put plain text password and username in, but it's not an issue because it doesn't display or anything, so I mean, I get it. But yeah, it should be really nice, because that's one of the things I always kind of hate about, I have to export it and then upload it back up, and it's a whole thing, you know? It's so much easier if I could just click a button and then it's on Steam, right? So, this is definitely very interesting. There's even support for, like, Mac stuff too. I don't export to Mac yet, but it's nice to know in case I ever want to do that. So, okay, so that'll be the name of the exported zip from Godot. Okay. Now the thing is, though, is that it's not a zip. So, unless this thing has a script to zip it, but if not, I already have my zipping script. But yeah, I won't do that today. I can't show my password and stuff on stream, so that's probably not a good idea to do now. But eventually I'll get around to that. So this should be in here now. Yes. So let's create our zips. So this is 0.10.2.1. I believe. Yes. Okay. All right, so we got our zips. Now we have to upload and kill everything. So that's freaking epic. I hate having to do this on stream because it always just destroys my bit rate and the stream dies, but I want to get it up. I don't want to wait around, you know? So. Windows and Linux. Yeah, upload both. Alright, time for the stream to die. Let's go. I'm just gonna keep working on stuff while those upload, even though the stream is dying. Because I want to keep getting work done. Okay. So, we we have to come up with an idea for an animal. I think whenever I'm in a situation like this, the best thing for me is thinking of function first, right? So it's like, instead of just thinking, oh, not an animal, and then that's like, where do I go from there? I can think like, okay, what do I want people to get from animals? Like, what is the utility of an animal? So, actually, now's a good time to run an ad while the stream's dying, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that, because we have one starting in 40 seconds. So I'll be back. So, animals. I mean, the main thing is going to be food and potions. Oh. Ooh, my eye. So what kind of product would I want to get from an animal? I mean, there's going to be two kinds of animals. There's probably going to be ones that, like, produce things without having to be killed. You know, so that would be like a cow or a chicken, something like that, right? Where it produces eggs and milk, and you don't have to slaughter them to get your eggs and milk. And then the other type is like a pig, or it's just meat. So I'll put it into two groups. I can't draw an egg. Okay, there we go. Egg and milk. Wait, no. Egg and meat. Those are the two groups, right? So I think it's probably good to have sort of an even distribution of these two. An animal that steals such clean stuff left on the ground. Like steals items and stuff. Domestic animal like cow to have a renewable meat on Viridian. Yeah, like... So yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think of like what products I want from these guys, right? Because I mean, animals could also do other things other than just products, but I think it's just easiest to think of it in terms of products. Because you could do like an animal like that just does a thing instead of actually like giving you things. I don't know. Just trying to think of what I would want. Right. Dude, this egg sucks. Things would be a lot more interesting if we had more kind of world mechanics. Like, one thing I've always thought about adding is pollution. Because I think it would just be really cool if you had to deal with pollution. And like, maybe it could be like there's an animal that consumes pollution or something, right? Which would be pretty cool. But we just don't have that implemented yet. And it would be a whole thing to add. And yeah, it would just be a renewable meat. We do have meat already in the game, funny enough. We just don't have an animal that can harvest it or can drop it. So. Or has like blue skin. Yeah, like that. So I do want to probably add in an animal that's blue. I feel like that's kind of the color theming of Viridian for some reason. Like green plants, or, well, it's got blue trees, right? So maybe it'd be kind of epic if the animals were blue or something. I don't know. It's hard to come up with ideas like this, really. Okay, those two builds are up. They've been committed. Let's go ahead and put up a patch note for this really quick. So for this, I have to set it as the new branch for default. Set build live. And I gotta do my verification code. Ugh. Alrighty. Go to publish. Publishing. Okay. Yeah, pigs for me is not a bad idea. Yeah. I mean, we could do something like a pig. It doesn't literally have to be a pig, right? Like, it could be something very similar, but sort of our own animal. Starground V 0.10.2.1 hotfix. Bug fixes and quality of life. The classic combo. Okay, I'm just gonna clear those out. So this issue or this hotfix addresses some small issues, while also adding in a command for research and a larger. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Just Covino, welcome in. How's it going? I'll give you a shout out. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Give you a follow as well. Yeah, welcome in everybody. I'm just putting up a patch for Starground, but I can show you what we're working on in just a moment. So, yeah, thanks so much for the follows, everyone. I appreciate it. But yeah, how was your stream today? What were you up to? Let's see. I'm just gonna format this with a list. Fixes. I'll fix just small issues. Also adding a command for research and a larger stack size for land tiles. Alrighty. No artwork on this one. It's just a hot fix. See you in the chats before. I thought we'd stop by. Just making some changes for beta. Nice. Well, yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Well, pretty good. Minus my artistic abilities. It's okay. Art is hard. I mean, believe me, from someone that does it, I understand how time-consuming it can be. All right, let's go ahead and push this really quick, and I'll show you guys what we're working on. Skip the warnings. It's fine. And also, I have to put up a announcement. almost. One moment. Starground updates. Topic 0.10.2.1 is here. All right. Okay. My apologies for that, but we're done now. Anyways, what I'm working on today, as you can probably see by the title, is animals. So one thing that we did last stream, I can go ahead and open up Starground and show what we got going on. So let's do, okay, we're all set there. So yeah, I worked on pathfinding for animals last stream, and I got a system that I'm pretty happy with, actually. There was two things I was kind of conflicted over. The first was that we have, like for navigation, Godot has nav meshes, right? Where it's just it's a big square. And you can bake it so it like goes around collision shapes and stuff. So you have like gaps in the nav mesh, kind of like this, and then this is all filled in with blue. So like all the blue spots is where navigation agents can move around, right? And it works really well for a lot of things, but the issue with Starground is that things change so much. It's such a dynamic world because we have a million things that happen. We place down a tile, we place down a building, and every single time something like that happens, we have to recalculate the whole nav mesh. I could do it better with, like, optimize it better by chunking the nav mesh so that we just have a bunch of tiny nav meshes kind of stacked next to each other. And then no matter where it changes in, we just do the one nav mesh that changed. But there's still complications with that because a lot of buildings are big, and so they might be in two nav meshes at the same time, and it's a whole load of stuff, right? So what I decided to do instead, which I think is a much better way to do things, ignore all the collision shape overlays, but I can go ahead and I gotta enable commands. You can do create, res, scenes, animal. So I do the pathfinding with a Raycast system. So essentially all it is that this animal, it's not, I haven't done the sprite yet, but it has these two little raycasts that extend out from the direction that it's ideally moving in. So let me go ahead and also research terrain manipulation. Must have done it wrong. Oh yeah, research underscore. All right, so now we can break land tiles. So it does pathfind indeed. Basically, once it hits something that it needs to go around, it like uses the raycast as info on where to move. And so it does a really good job of just avoiding obstacles and getting to where it needs to go in a very performant way. And in a way where I don't have to update any nav mesh stuff, which is very convenient for me. Now, it's not perfect. There are issues that tend to happen. One thing that can happen is like if it gets stuck in like a corner. And most of these cases can be fixed by just me tweaking the positioning of these raycasts and then also like the conditions of when it's in a corner. Because you can see like kind of what happens here. It just kind of keeps getting stuck. Because essentially what's happening is it's saying like this ray collides and so go in the direction of this ray, but then it collides, go in the direction of that ray, so it just ends up with this bouncing motion. But there's things I could do to fix this. I could have like a cooldown for the movement. So if we get set off in one direction, we have to do it for at least 1 second before we change to the other direction, right? And that would kind of prevent a situation like this. So it would just keep moving this way until it could get around the obstacle. So there's fixes I'll probably be making over time, but it works. So anyways, what I'm trying to do right now is sort of work out ideas for animals, because we need to do that now. Yeah, and it can get around. Sometimes it does like this bouncing motion, but again, it's the same sort of fix I said last time, where I just got to add a little bit of like a cooldown thing, so should be fine. But you can trap it. But yeah, so I'm kind of trying to come up with ideas. There's basically two categories of animal types here, right? So one is like, animals that you don't have to slaughter. So it's animals that continually produce a product. So, for example, an egg, right? Eggs, you don't have to kill the chickens to get eggs. And then on the other side, you have animals that you have to kill in order to get their product. So this would be something like a pig, something that has a resource that only drops from its body, like meat and stuff. So ideally, I'd like a nice even split of these kinds of two categories, just to add in some like variety on how, players have to like manage their animals. Looks pretty cool. I appreciate it. Yeah, it works pretty well. So yeah, like I already have meat in the game actually, so it's pretty easy to add in one of these animals. The hardest part is just trying to come up with like what they want to look like. It's easy if I just duplicated what was on Earth, a pig. Well, he would be over on this side. A pig. Here's a pig. It's the worst pig I've ever drawn in my life. But you get the idea. But I don't know. I don't know if I want to do just a regular old animal like that, because Starground is not on Earth, right? I don't think I actually showed off the game, really. Should probably do that. But yeah, on Starground we're on Viridian, so it is an alien planet. It just, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me that it would be just regular old Earth animals, right? But I don't know. Yeah, sorry for all the million Raycasts. It's just because I have the debug collision checking mode on. But yeah, I mean, the whole thing with this, you mine resources, and you can also go battle in dungeons if you want. The animals would kind of be a link between the dungeoning and also the resource gathering, I think. Because, like, we can use their... We can farm them in this automation zone on Viridian, and then use their products for potions and buffs for the dungeons. So, I guess that's kind of my end goal with animals, right? Is making these guys kind of, I don't know, a bridge between the two. We could just do a blue pig, I guess. I mean, that's one of the ideas that were thrown around. I know at one point I actually drew a pig on stream. I don't remember if I still have that sprite or not. It's probably gone. Lost to time, but we could do that. I'd have to scan through and see if I have that sprite anymore. Probably don't. You can just search through my desktop. Nah. I don't know if I have them anymore. I don't know where I would have saved it. Because my computer is just impossible to find anything on. I'll leave it on the side and try and look through some of my folders, I guess. But I don't know if I'll be able to find it. But we could work on one of these animals that just continually drops something as long as you feed them properly. I kind of would like eggs. Or at least some form of eggs. It's really hard to come up with ideas for this stuff, right? Because it's like I want unique products and things from these animals, but trying to come up with both a unique product and unique animal is super hard. So I don't know. This is one of the biggest things, at least I struggle with the game development, is just like the ideation process, right? Of like, how do you make something interesting, like both aesthetically and gameplay wise? It's really tricky. Because I think like I think Ace said like a dinosaur chicken, which could be kind of cool, I guess. But I don't know, right? Hey, if anyone's got any ideas, let me know, because, you know, I'm always... always would love to hear people out. I'm trying to find that file, though, on my computer. I know I did it somewhere. I don't know if I saved it, or if it's gone, or what. It's the last place I can look through, I think. Probably would have saved it as pig. Maybe I didn't. So I don't even know anymore. I mean, I'm not seeing them anywhere. So yeah, I have no idea where that file would be. I think the pig is gone. But it's okay. If anybody remembers what stream we drew the pig on, let me know. And we could just go look at it and I can redraw it. Yeah, that's always annoying. Losing files like that. Emo-like animal. Yeah, some kind of like bird kind of thing. I just gotta think of this stuff in terms of utility, right? Where it's like, so if I add eggs, what are eggs for? I mean, obviously eggs will be for cooking and eating and stuff, but one thing that I don't want to happen is I don't want to add stuff just for the sake of adding stuff. So I don't want to add an egg and and you know, all these different things, lettuce and all these different crops and random items if they don't do anything. Because yeah, sure, they might make different food items, like the egg makes, you know, an omelet, whatever. The lettuce makes a salad, you know. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that stuff, but the issue is like, I don't want these two items to have the same effect, right? That's the thing I'm trying to avoid. I want every single item and food item to be unique, because otherwise it just feels kind of stupid. Like, why would I build this item versus this one if this one's way easier? I don't know. It's way harder to balance that way, right? So I think they must have different effects. Now, one good thing about Starground is we have the whole effect system for entities, right? So basically, we can apply whatever kind of effect we want on. So we could do like some of the effects that we have now. We have like speed, which is a good one. Most of the speed items are like sugary foods, like donuts and pumpkin pie and all that business. Which kind of makes sense, I feel like. We have health. Right, so that's another one. It's like Angela Josh, when you jump for the chicken or the beef, yeah. Dinner time, sounds good. Enjoy your dinner. I did actually write down a whole list of some ideas I had for effects. I think it's in here. In here? Yeah. Maybe it's in... No, I think it's in here. I need to clear out this document a little bit. Let's see. Oh, I think it might have been one of these. Not there. Here. This has got to be it. This is going to be it. Commands. Was I thinking of the commands? No, here we go. Okay, so these are some of the effects that I came up with of just different effects that food could apply to the player, which I think is good. So all these could be really good for food / potions. Also, and that's another thing too, some of these products I want to be converted into like potion stuff, right? So that's kind of the other, that's like the sister feature to this stuff, where it's you have all your new crops and animal products, but it's also, most of them ideally should be for potions. So that's kind of the goal here. Because food is good. I think food is fine for healing and stuff, and more like, you know, maybe even some regeneration or something for really good food. But for most of these more magical effects, I probably want that to be potions. So like this kind of stuff, strength and defense, those will probably be potions. Same with invincibility, vampirism, right? And all that kind of stuff. And potions, I imagine, are going to be just effects, right? So it's kind of like food, but it's not going to be, like, it doesn't heal you, though, right? So that's the idea. It gives salmonella, makes you fit. Yeah. So what's up, Zen? Welcome in. But I do like these effects. I think these could all work pretty well. If eggs are more like YOLO and lettuce is slow and steady, yeah. I don't know if I'll actually add lettuce and eggs in. Like, I'm still trying to think of what I want to add, but I think I have to take this approach of effect first, function first, then idea next, right? So it's like we can just go through the list of like, okay, we want to make a regen potion. What would give you regen, right? Stuff like that. So yeah, I think I want to split these up into like food-focused and potion-focused effects, right? Because I don't really want there to be overlap, because then you just get more issues with balancing. But like this stuff, strength, defense, invincibility, and vampirism, I think I want that all to be potions. Haste, that could be yeah, that could just be whatchamacallit, food. I also put speed. So yeah, defense potion would just add a chance to avoid damage for a while. Invincibility would stop damage for like a short period of time. It wouldn't be like a super long thing. Vampirism, you'd steal health from enemies. That one's pretty OP. So I'd have to make sure that's pretty balanced. Haste. And then one thing too is like these could have tiers, right? With different products. So like these could all have like tier 1, 2, and 3, right? And depending on the tier is how powerful they are, right? I don't know if I actually have a system for that with effects yet. I don't know. I feel like I might have added time remaining. Okay. So there is no like level thing yet. There's just time and process. But I could add on like level. Yeah, thorn damage could be good too. I don't know what I would call it. I don't want to steal things from Minecraft. But it could just be like spiky. Deal damage to attackers. Yeah, we've already got speed. I mean, we have instant heal, which isn't really an effect per se, but I'll count it. That's health. The 0.2.1 hotfix, I mean, you can read the changelog to see the changes. It's pretty minor stuff. I can go to the announcement and show you. So basically, I fixed the issue where ovens would delete their output items, which is bad. The death screen would show the incorrect number of items lost. I added a research command so you can instantly research stuff. Resources in the dungeons would not generate. And this one, issue where buildings clear from the dungeon would try and draw into the mini-map. Yeah, that's kind of a behind-the-scenes one. Land tiles now have a stack size of 999, and I also fixed an issue with like resource node visibility on multiplayer. So yeah, I did fix that issue. Right? I'm just making sure here that I didn't accidentally undo it or something. What it was that in start regenerate, I had to check, yeah, or dungeon, so we're good. So yeah, what else could we do here? I mean, I feel like that's a pretty good distribution of effects to start out with. 10 effects, right? Well, 9, technically. I feel like that's fine. We could just add in potions and food to kind of fill in those effects. Now, we also do have negative effects, so that kind of throws in something interesting, too, right? So some of those is poison, fire, and there's a few, or no, I think that's it. Oh yeah, slowness. So we could also like combine these effects with negative effects to just spice things up, right? So maybe a potion gives you defense, but it also slows you down, right? So that you could think of that as like a turtle potion from Minecraft. So there's some interesting combinations I think we could do with that, right? It could end up being kind of fun to mix and match and like have to make decisions about what is worth it. Yeah, blindness could be one. We could like just add like a here, what am I trying to do? Debug and disable collision shapes. We just add like a darkness field around the player. Blindness. You know, what else could we do? Poison, fire, slowness, blindness. We could do like... I don't want to do instant damage. Decay. That could be basically the opposite of regeneration. Get slower. Fire. Do fire damage. Poison. Confusion. I always hate freaking confusion effects in games. It's so annoying. But we could. Swap keybinds. Man. That one would be tricky to implement in just an effect script, so I'd have to figure out how I would do that. So yeah. I would like a stun thing or something, right? Stunned. Stop movement for a minute. Just so that we could also apply that, because here's the thing, with our entity system, all of this can be applied to the player or an enemy, right? Which I think is fun. Because maybe we can create dynamic enemies where, like, okay, an enemy has vampirism, or an enemy has spiky, or strength, or, you know, speed, regen, all this stuff, right? So it's kind of fun to be able to do that. We can light enemies on fire, we can make them slower, we can apply decay, and all that stuff can be applied to the player. So I think that's always a really good way to do effects, is make it two-way, so that you can do it on good people and bad people. So explosive hits, increasing crit chance every enemy hit, damage over time, extra damage on weak spots, resistance while standing still. Yeah, that's a whole bunch. Healing nearby allies, shield bubble that explodes when broken, chance to become untargetable when hit. Extra loot. Yeah, I could have like a loot potion. Teleporting short distance after dashing, faster sprint but lose 1 health. Night vision for a few seconds when in dungeon 2. Shockwave knocks back enemies when they try to hit you. Yeah. I like all those ideas. We technically do have projectiles, but I know what you mean. I mean, we don't have them in a... I don't have like a standardized projectile class. That's probably something that we can do for this update. Yeah, a gun. I will, I do want to add guns and stuff and bows. I was really close to adding that back for the dungeon update, but I just didn't quite have enough time to squeeze it in with everything else, because I was running through a lot of technical issues trying to get multiple dungeons kind of set up for the game. So yeah, mushrooms do have projectiles, but the thing is that it's just kind of that one specific projectile. I would like it if it was more of a standard thing for modding and stuff, and also for the player to shoot out, right? So I would like to change that class a little bit. Yeah, Bopo's gun is his crossbow. So I want to do that. I really would love ranged weapons. So I'll look into that and see if we have time. This update is on a pretty relaxed schedule. I mean, I don't have to get it up too soon. I don't want to take forever, though. I mean, we have our roadmap as kind of the reference for when ideally I'd like things to be up. Right, so Bruconomics, ideally I can get up in Q1. So what is Q1 of this year? I don't know the quarters. Okay, so basically we have until the end of March. That's a long time. I think we'll have time to add everything we want. That's a long time, yeah. I'm used to like a 2-week deadline for these major updates, you know, like, so. yeah, that shouldn't be too difficult. And then this one, that's quarter 2, which would be, I guess, from March to June then. And what happened to my roadmap? Okay. Then Finders Keepers would be quarter 3, so from June to like August or something. And then this one would be the rest of the year. I'm really gonna try. I put specifically we put a question mark on here just because we didn't know exactly when this would be up. 1.0. So I don't know, we'll see. But yeah. God, these ads are ruthless, dude. I'll snooze it again. If you have projectiles, would be cool. Projectile potion that makes your projectiles bouncy for a few seconds. Oh, that'd be fun. Where they bounce off walls and stuff. Bouncy. Projectiles bounce around. Oh, so you're doing 2D in Godot. I was wondering if you've encountered screen tearing. If so, how did you fix it? Yeah, if you're having screen tearing, it should be a pretty easy fix. I mean, really, the only thing you need to do to fix that is just enable VSync in your project settings. Because what VSync will do is it will wait for all of the data to be rendered before it displays it on the screen. I think that's how that works. I don't remember. But basically what it does is it keeps your graphics card rendering frames and the refresh rate of your monitor in sync. I think basically what it does is it's like your graphics card will wait. It'll always match the frame rate of your screen so you don't get weird mismatched frames. I can't remember where it's in here somewhere. It's in rendering. Here you go. Yeah, let's just search for it. But yeah, just go ahead and enable VSync. There's a lot of different modes, and there's a little bit of a rundown here. So I think like Adaptive and Mailbox are newer versions of VSync that would only work if you're on Forward Plus, so keep that in mind. So if you can, if you're doing Forward Plus, I'd probably do Adaptive, I think is the best. See, this is my map are looking weird when I move. I don't know if that's screen tearing, but you can enable VSync and see if that helps with anything. But if it's like something you see on the tile map, it might not be screen tearing. It might be some kind of different artifact with like tile set stuff. What you might want for that is like anti-aliasing. It just depends on exactly what issue you're having, or MIP mapping. But yeah, try VSync and see if that fixes anything for you. And there's a bunch of different settings in here for rendering, you know, occlusion, culling, and a lot of this is only for 3D stuff, but some of these are 2D. Here, there's a 2D tab. Okay, well, that's nothing in there. I didn't know you could do SDF in 2D. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. But there's a whole bunch of settings in here, so I would mess around with them and see. Okay. Man. So let's just like pick one effect to start with, right? And like, how do we make it? So let's say let's pick one effect from each category. So we have positive, positive and negative. This is potion, food, and just negative, which could be either. So let's say I want to do steal health from enemies. Let's do, I don't know. These projectiles bounce around. We could do maybe steal health from enemies. And then for This stuff, well, okay. This is already, I'm just gonna mark this as the done category. I know this isn't done, but we'll do this. So speed is done. Same with poison and fire and slowness. So I want to add vampirism, and let's do food-related one. That one's kind of tricky, but it would be cool. We could do endurance. That one's honestly pretty easy. Ah, we're out of snooze credits. Okay. When this ad goes, I might actually go grab some water really quick. You know, I'll just get that going now. I'm completely out of water, so let me go find our BRB screen. All right, I will be right back. I'm gonna go get water, and yeah, I'm gonna let the ad play. So yeah, I will return very shortly. Okay, bye gamers, I'll be right back. I have returned. Okay. I have water. Oh. All right. So yeah, let's go ahead and work on these then. So really the next step we have our effects kind of defined. We need to decide, what do we add in order to make these happen? So first off is endurance. What do we think of when we think of the word endurance? I don't know. Let me look up endurance foods. Beets. Runner's diet. What is an endurance food? I don't know. Bananas. So endurance is going to be through, yeah, food items. I don't know what an endurance food would be. Meat is kind of an endurance food. It's high in protein. Minimal ping, but also minimal upload and download speeds. Or high ping, also high upload and download speeds. That's what you think of when you think of endurance, yeah. Or is that just what your internet is like? Maybe some kind of, oh, would I rather? That's tough, right? I mean, honestly, I don't play a lot of like FPSs and stuff like that, so ping to me would probably not be that bad. So I think I'd do high ping and high upload and download. It means I can't play like FPSs, but if I have really bad internet, like upload and download, then I probably can't either. So I guess I'd rather have high ping. It does mean that things might take a little bit long to load, like websites and stuff, but I could download things fast and play games, and it'd be pretty nice. So yeah. When it's higher, yeah. Yeah, I think high ping would be better. But if you were like played a lot of FPSs or something, you'd probably not want high ping. Probably be kind of not good. So. I think for endurance, we could just do some kind of fancy meat. You know, meat roast or something. What a meat roast. Just something like a big old roast, a nice, delicious dinner. Something hearty, a hearty meal, you know, would give you endurance. So in order to make meat roast, we need animal that drops meat. Ice cream. I don't think ice cream would give you endurance. We could add ice cream though to the game, but that would probably be more like one of these other ones, like haste maybe, that makes you attack faster. So, what kind of animals could drop meat? I'm just gonna list off some ideas. So first off, we got pig, which we could do. What else do we have? We have, I mean, there's a million of them, right? One thing that you can always do, which kind of helps with this ideation process, is like combining animals, you know? Pure unadulterated sugar. Sugar is in the game, actually. Yeah, you can just eat sugar and you get a speed boost. So. But we got pig. What else would be a good meat source? Alien animals. He's like so stupid. 90% of this is going to be AI. I do like tardigrade, guys. I would like some kind of tardigrade animal in the game. But like a big tardigrade, you know? Because they're wacky guys. They're a real creature, but they look like aliens, you know? I mean, they're terrifying. Look at that. There's some weird tardigrades, and like deep sea worms can look weird too, like these guys. I guess that is a deep sea worm. But they're pretty weird. I'm just kind of looking at different, like... I don't know. A lot of animals in games that are like aliens are very like... fleshy and dinosaur-like, right? Like this kind of thing, and like... I don't think I necessarily want that. What's up, burger? Someone say meat source? Yeah. I need to add burgers to the game. Tardigrades do kind of look like pigs, yeah. I could do a big old tardigrade guy. I like this one. He's kind of a funny guy. Yeah, I could do like a squid thing. I do want there to be animals that both live, like some animals only live on Tyria, right? So they're underwater animals. I think that would be kind of a nice thing. I think we could just do a basic little tardigrade guy as just a meat source. So... tardigrade guy. Add squid... squid, just squid. Yeah, the tile monster. That's what we gotta do. He looks like a hammerhead shark to me or something. That I actually have an idea for how I could draw. So, okay, we got a big... I feel like this guy's going to be big, right? He's not just going to be a tiny little animal. I feel like he's got to be humongous, because it's just for meat, right? So he just kind of lounges around and does meat. So I got to get a reference for player size. So let's do that. Can I add the guru in the potion update? I hope so. That's going to be the plan. I think the guru will be like a potion seller guy in the space hub. So I don't know if I can't remember if you said, did you have any like specific requests you had for that, like the name and stuff, or is it just like just add a guru guy? Well, let's go get the player sprite. Let's do player right idle. Just want to get the scale versus the player right here. Let's see. Do you free will just see my guru? Alrighty. I will work on your guru guy. So this is way too tiny. I feel like he needs to at least be... at least 32, but more than that. Probably 48 wide. So I'm thinking this wide for the tardigrade guy. I want him to be pretty big. You know? I wonder if I'm going to have to do 4 directions for this animal. May have to. Otherwise, it might look a little weird. Hamburger, let's go. Welcome in. Name him Zen? Maybe. I'm sorry, it's just funny. I don't know why they look funny. They're just very fat and round. But something like this, we'll just use this as sort of the reference. So he's just going to be like a big tubby guy. He's going to have 6 legs. So I need this to be thicker. Probably like 32 tall. So this will be kind of the bounding box of it. The bounding main box. Now, do we think it needs to be bigger than that, or do you think that's a good size? Because we could go even bigger, like a big guy. But I imagine that that'll probably be fine. So we have 16. That, maybe a little bigger. Maybe a little bigger. 64 by 48. That'll be plenty, though. Okay. How long did it take you to learn Godot? I mean, it really just, it's kind of a gradient. It's not like one day I just learned it and I was good at Godot. But I got a lot better pretty quickly. I'd say the first, like, 4 weeks was figuring out basics, right? And then after that, it was a long time of just kind of learning more things. I'd say maybe a couple months after that, like maybe 3 or 4 months, I really started to get the hang of a lot of things like multiplayer and all that business. And then more recently, I've just been getting better at like structuring things, like using ID systems and all that stuff. So it's really, I'm always going to be learning. I'm probably going to look back at this point in time in 5 years and be like, man, I knew nothing. So, but yeah. By the way, I want your opinion on your argument I have with a friend. I argue that you're going to have a hard time finding a job in CS without having to interact with Linux in one way or another, where he argues that he won't need to learn Linux at all. Has no interest in learning it. You will absolutely use Linux if you're going to get a computer science job. You don't have to like use Linux every single day of your life and get super good at it, but I think a bare minimum is just understanding the basics of Linux, right? Like at least learn like the basic Linux commands and stuff, you know, ls and make dir and all that stuff, because you will be using that. Most servers and stuff like that for companies are going to be using some kind of Unix based thing, right? So I'm definitely on the side of like learn a little bit of Linux and try and understand it just a little bit at least. You don't have to become a Linux god or a full-on Linux user, but I think it would help a lot just kind of having a general understanding of it, though. And you could say that for a lot of things, honestly. Resources must stay in the same place after saving and loading save? Yes, they do. So they will stay as the same kind of resource now, and they will also spawn in the same locations. So your resources are completely static now, which is kind of a good thing, because now, like, when you place down a collector to mine something, you know that will be what it gets now from now until ever, right? So it just helps people design their factories better, I think. Suppose I've been use a Docker to make sure both the development environment and production environment on the same row on all machines. I can't speak. We would never have dependency issues. Yeah. Yeah, most places will probably do something like that. I mean, pretty much all I did was in school was just doing a whole bunch of Linux stuff. Because the thing is that all the servers at the school were all Linux servers, right? So you have to know Linux, because you can't do anything with them if you don't know how to use the commands and stuff. So. Let's see. Just trying to think of how I want to shape this guy. I gotta listen to my own advice to do the blob method. So it'll be kind of a top-down view, you know. But this will be like the head, then the body, right? Like that, and then we gotta get the legs in. So I think I'll just do 3 legs. A lot of tardigrades seem to have 4 on each side, but I think it's okay if I have some creative liberty. Something like that. And the tardigrades have a weird tail. They're just kind of like a little lump at the end like that, right? Do I have A Sprite? I do have it, but honestly, I kind of like using Paint.net better. So, I mean, A Sprite's good, and that's actually what I recommend if you're starting pixel art, but I just can't, I don't know. I can't get used to it, so. It really slows down my process when I have to learn a bunch of brand new tools. Not that Sprite is a bad program by any means. It's probably way better than Paint.net for pixel art, but you know, I'm so used to Paint.net. I've been using it my entire life, you know, so it's like hard to use anything else. So I need to give him space for his like little mouth nozzle thing. I'm just kind of roughing out the shape right now. It's definitely going to change a lot, right? But I just want to think how we can do this. So it's going to be like mainly top down. So we're going to have, try on flood fill. So like this region will be the top of the body. And then the top of the head, sort of like that, right? So the tail will be sort of flattened out because it'll be like the top of the tail, right? So that's like the top. And then the legs, you know, they'll have the little fat rolls or whatever. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm just kind of sort of shaping out the general vibe of this guy. Then we'll go in and make things look nice, of course. And then he will also have like his legs on the other side. So I do want to have a little bit of like bumps just to indicate that those are there, but not necessarily like see them very visibly. Animating this guy is going to kind of suck, but he's probably going to be really slow. So animating won't be like the worst thing ever. I kind of like his eyes. They're just kind of like those eyes, like the slits. I don't know if tardigrades actually really have eyes. I don't think they do. But we can pretend that they're eyes. Those legs are really weird. You'll be able to see it easier when he's looking down. It's like Appa from Avatar. It kind of does in a way. Like, yeah, almost like Appa. He does have 6 legs. I wonder if Appa was based off of a tardigrade. I don't know. I didn't think about that. But yeah, kind of similar to that. So let's see. Tardigrade. They're very lumpy. I know you guys can't see the reference, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. So, I mean, this is coming along. We just have to kind of keep going through and adding in the details and stuff. Kind of smoothing out things where it needs it, right? And the tail, like that. So the legs, they're kind of weird. Because tardigrades just have these little tiny claws, but I don't think that makes sense for a big animal. Because there are some design changes we're going to have to make from going from animal to microscopic. Because it's got to have like feet for stability, right? So I think it's fine to have some little feet here. And I want the eye to be visible because I think if it's not, it'll look kind of weird. Let's see. So that'll be like the snout thing or whatever. It almost does look like a pig, which I think is kind of funny. Let's see. How am I going to draw this thing? Because it's like that. So I guess we'd have like a... And it's not going to be green, by the way. This is just a temporary color. I just kind of like to block things in with a color I'm not using so that I can like easily fill it out later. Which to people that don't do pixel art might seem very odd, but a lot of people actually do it this way. It's gonna be a big funny guy. So it's gonna need to be way more lumpy. And the way to do that is just adding in these like lines up here, you know, for the lumpage. Kind of like, let's see. So if we have that going that way, and the legs will need some redoing. Yo, what's up, Ace? How's it going? Yeah, so I am tardigrading it up. I kind of wanted to make, I'm adding the first animal, right? So I figured it would be cool if the meat guy that drops meat is just a big tardigrade guy. So that's what I'm working on. Just trying to mess around with shapes and stuff until I sort of find what I want with this. I think like that. And these colors are temporary. He won't be green, don't worry. So the eyes on tardigrades are funny, like I said already, because he kind of has like... his eyes are almost like that, right? He's got like a triple chin. This guy probably won't be very lovable because he's going to be a disgusting flesh monster, but it's okay. We could add hair to him to make him less scary, but we'll see. I almost feel like since this is a diagonal, it needs to be like, no, it just looks weird. So let's try swapping the color and getting a more realistic look at this. So what color do we want this guy to be? Because I could just make him sort of a blue color, because that's what color the meat is, so that would kind of make sense, I guess. I don't want the blue to be too crazy. Almost something like that. But I think the top blue should be less saturated. Not necessarily less saturated, just more green. Sort of like that. I think some of these shapes need to be changed. And we can also add in more. Let's see. It does have like a pretty strong crease around the neck. This is outline and I want to get a better idea of sort of what this is looking like. So let's do that. In here, I'm going to delete the pink. And I'll probably do 4 directions for this guy. I do kind of like the anti-aliasing, funny enough. This is really hard to do in here. Let's move it into its own sprite. Yeah, I'm not really happy with this guy yet, but we'll figure it out. There's more changes to be made here. I think one issue is that he looks very nefarious. I kind of want him to look cuter. So I got DM for Dylan asking about Stardew. Yeah, I've been helping Dylan with that. So it turns out the issue is actually their motherboard died. And that's probably the cause for the graphics card issues and stuff, because I bet it was just not, like, getting the signal through properly or something. Can't say for sure, though. I think they said that they're going to keep the graphics card for now, the new one that they got, and see how it goes, so. Is he cute? Maybe. Well, yeah, I would also keep it. How do I make him cuter and less scary? I think it's like his eyes. Hey, Celix! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. I'll give you a shout out. How's it going? What were you up to today on your stream? Said make this guy's eyes big? Yeah, we could do that. I feel like the eyes need to be like cuter. It's like scary. Should I have like no. We don't have to do the tardigrade eyes. This is my reference for the guy right now. Did a bit of saving system stuff for quests and inventory and a bit of bot dev. Nice. That's awesome. Cool. Here, let's snooze the ad. That's what we got the credit for. It's a good time. Nice. How's the art trading? It's going good. Yeah. I'm just kind of working on making some animals now for Starground. So this is a big tardigrade guy that'll drop meat or something. So I'm not really happy with the sprite right now, but it's getting there. I just got to keep kind of shaping things. So yeah, it is a process. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah. It's always like this with art. It always looks really bad, but you've just gotta keep moving. Otherwise, you're never gonna get anywhere. So this is the potion shopkeeper. Hell, nah. He's gonna be an animal. I think his mouth needs to come down. But yeah, we're just doing animal stuff today, potion stuff soon. I've been kind of planning out some of the potion effects and stuff that we want to do. I already have an effect system in the game, so really it's just a matter of actually implementing the logic to do them. So like I want to add in vampirism and endurance potions. So this is going to be kind of where we get meat from this guy. So yeah, that's what he's all about. And that's what an endurance potion will do. Endurance potions will be for like decreasing your roll cooldown, so you don't have to wait as long to roll around, which will be nice. So yeah, just a whole bunch of random ideas. How about we get more anatomical? Could do that. What would we change about him? I could make him flatter. You know, I mean, I think compared to these guys, he's very, thick. So I could, like, try and do that. I think the tail could shrink. Oh, that's what you mean. Straight up liver's bones. I don't know. I don't know if I'll add bones to Starground. I'll see. Maybe not a downward slant. What about a more lazy closed eye, like a Snorlax? Yeah, something like that would probably be good. And then also, what else did you say? Make the eyes big, yeah. Maybe like a Snorlax. I think I already know, but... So his eyes are just kind of... down, like that. Just closed. This guy is almost like a Snorlax in a way. Right. Unique challenge, pixel art, getting them recognizable details, and yeah, something seems reminiscent of oil painting. It is really hard. Even for big sprites and stuff, sometimes people think that, like, bigger, smaller sprites are easier. I don't know, but it's all hard, you know. Small sprites you have to deal with like trying to squeeze it into such a tiny area. Then big sprites is just it's a lot of pixels to draw, so it can be really tricky. Okay, so you're thinking more of like a downward, like that. I think that's kind of nice. I could anti-alias his eyes a little bit. But yeah, man, pixel art is hard. He's looking pretty sleepy. And then I'll have to animate this guy walking also, which will be annoying. But we'll get it done. I feel like for such a big creature, it would look really weird if the sprite was only sideways. You know, like the player. We can kind of get away with it with the player because the player is so small and it kind of looks okay. But for this guy, it'll look really weird if he's walking backwards and like sideways. It would just not look right. So I think for him, we're going to have to make some changes, which is fine. I feel like this needs like to have some separation from this segment, if that makes any sense. Almost like he has like a back, like a spine or something. I know he doesn't probably have bones, but does he have bones? I don't even know. I saw the Dreadcap sprite, I was like, in what sense? Like it looked bad? Yeah, like he needs to have like a shoulder blade kind of thing. Oh yeah, we could have like it go up here or something, right? Where it's like this part's like taller up, and then maybe there's like a ridge here or something. So he kind of has like a shoulder. I don't know if this is really what we want, but we'll see. That kind of works. Oh, it's big. It is big, yeah. It's looking okay, I feel like it would be good if he had sort of like a defined joint on his knees. So maybe for that we could do like a little, like we could do a bright spot on his knees. I know he's not really like an animal. I don't know. I don't know what this guy is. He's a weird fella. And the color on that would be way different. I think I need to bring this up. It's like green. Not actually green, but like that could just be like a gray, I suppose, yeah. Should he be like shiny or just kind of a matte color? Maybe his feet should be a different color. Like maybe his feet are like black. It's almost like he's got like, not like hooves, but kind of like hooves. That could work. I just feel like he needs more colors because he's just blue and it's kind of weird, you know? Yeah, it's like he's got shoes on, yeah. That's not too bad. I feel like he's starting to shape up a little bit. I'm getting into Go, trying to make 2D platformer. Nice. Yeah, let me know if you ever need help with that. I'm always happy to help out. Let's see, what else? So I could do more shading stuff where it's like the top of his legs would be brighter, like that. But I don't know if that really looks good or not. I think I'll leave that out for now. What I could do is sort of the inverse and do like a darker color on the sides. So it's more of like it's the side of his like spine region. Almost like that, and then we go in and anti-alias it. That would be okay, I guess. He's got like an interesting shape. The shape I kind of see here is that he's shaped sort of like that. Where it goes like, he kind of slopes upward, and then at his head he's like that, right? Which I think is fine. It's kind of good to have like a shape, you know, to animals instead of it just being a blob. Let's fix some stuff in here. I think his claws could be thicker and more interesting. Kind of more weighty instead of just being like thin lines. Unless we want to do the thin lines, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of nice. He's just gonna be a big happy guy, you know. Should his like mouth be a smile? Probably. We can't really see it from this angle, but you know. Maybe we give him like a little bit of a smirk. I know it's not, maybe not necessarily entirely scientifically accurate to the physiology of a tardigrade, but that's fine. You know, he's just supposed to be tardigrade inspired. Should it be like shiny on his head like that? You know, I don't know. Is he a shiny guy? I have no idea. What is his texture? Like if we took our hand and moved it across his body, would it be scaly? Would it just be smooth? I don't know. Yeah, right. Like he does look like he could be a shiny guy. So I don't know. So I think his tail needs more. Nah, actually I kind of liked it before. He could be shiny. Maybe he needs like almost like scales, like a dinosaur. But I don't know. Let's see what this looks like. I feel like we're kind of getting somewhere with this guy. It almost reminds me of like an alligator, like a fat alligator. Right? Yeah, like this, right? No. Like this, where he's just kind of flattened out, right? He's very chonky. That's almost what I think of when I think of his skin, but I don't know. So far I have movement, sprinting, double jumping, controllable jump heights. Nice, it's awesome. Like this. Right? I don't know, that's what I think of with this guy. He's just kind of a sleepy, slow guy. I think I kind of like the scales sort of like this. Not like literally scales, but scale reminiscent. Just like little bumps. Or maybe we go like the inverse route and give him like literal bumps, where he's like a frog guy. Almost, right? You know what I mean? Like, you know, frogs have those little bumps on their skin. I just feel like he needs some more texture, otherwise he'll look weird. Because it's a pretty big sprite, so I've got to add in enough, like... Or not a frog, but a toad. You know, where they have, like, all the little bumps all over. Like that. That kind of texture. With the little... Yeah. Like this guy. He does give me frog energy a little bit. I don't know. But I think just a couple of these little shiny bumps could be good. Just to add some, like, texture to his skin. And maybe even, like, some of these could be... I feel like that looks pretty good. And then we can do the other directions of him. Luckily, it's not too difficult. I mean, for the other side, we just do that for him, right? And then his vertical one, we'll have to redraw. Which is going to be a bruh moment, but we can do it. I think we're good. Channel leggy joints looks good too, yeah. Yeah, I like those. It's like he's got little kneecaps, kind of, right? I think it'll be... I think the front one will be cuter because you'll see his full face, you know? Guess I gotta think about that, though. Do I really want to do a four-sided creature? Because that sets a precedent. I guess it's fine. It'll probably be okay. I don't know. It's just a lot of animating. Let's lift up that line there. What if the middle leg was a different color? Yeah. Could be interesting. Let's just see what that would look like. I'm gonna do an experiment. Right, this is a preview. And then if I did that, I feel like his head would also need to be kind of like a different color. So he's kind of striped. But I don't know. I don't know if that's, I don't know. How do I feel about that? Yeah, orange. We could try some orange. That's almost like red, kind of. I mean, we could just make him a whole different color, too. What if he was just orange? Well, he's green because orange plus blue is... Yeah, good idea. I can increase the opacity, though. I feel like his blue color is okay. I don't know. I could always add that on pretty easily later because it's just a matter of adding on a color, changing some colors, you know. I'll go ahead and start on his front-facing sprite, which is going to be annoying. Yeah. I really hate adding extra work, but at the same time, I think it would make him look very nice if he had 4 directions. The next animals we do won't have to be so crazy. So would you say up here? I think a little help with corner correction. Yeah, honestly, I haven't really done a lot of platformer stuff. I haven't added corner correction before, but I would imagine what you'd want to do is you could probably do that with a Raycast in Godot. And you could just check the point above your head. And I'm just thinking how I would do that, right, if I was tasked with adding corner correction. Well, because you would have corner correction probably for both jumping up into a block and jumping sideways onto a block. So if you want to do sideways, I would imagine this. So like you have a block, here's your block, and then your guy over here. So like if your legs, you have a Raycast extending out from your legs, maybe it goes like up at a diagonal, right? So if the Raycast is not hitting an object, then you could, and you're on the wall colliding, you could like say teleport up to the target position of the Raycast so you can kind of skip around the corner. I would try something like that. I'm sure there's also a lot of really good tutorials about that kind of stuff that probably can give you more info than I can. But hopefully at least gets you started in the right direction. Pet idea: a tiny blue cube rolling around that you discover in the dungeons and has a have as a pet. Yeah, could do that. We look at frogs and stuff. They have all these wacky colors sometimes. Yeah, it's just animating, right? Would be really hard. I would like a little cube guy. That'd be funny. He'd be like almost like a companion cube, right? I would like that. All right, so now we gotta draw his like front on view. Head will be something like that, and like body. Sometimes it can be really difficult to translate these sprites into different directions, right? I know he almost looks like a spider from this direction, but don't worry about it. So that's the general shape, probably. And I'll start to go through and add in the fine detail. So his first leg is taller than the others. So I'm just kind of defining, like, that's his head area. And that's where, like, the first leg goes to. Then the next leg and the last leg. Something kind of like that. And then his tail back here, so that'll be... And honestly, it doesn't even necessarily have to be symmetrical. I think there's kind of a charm to not having your front and back sprites being perfectly symmetrical sometimes, because it can look a little too perfect, right? This is like a living, breathing guy. He's not going to be this perfect little symmetrical, you know, Rizzler guy. He's a blob monster, so... The Rizzler. So let's fill out some pixels here. It'll be generally symmetrical, right? But there's something to be said about just like a little bit of randomness, the human touch. Is it more work? Kind of, but it's not that much harder to do. All right, so that's like his general head area. So his eyes, let's get the snout. So it'll kind of be like here. Something like kind of like that. That's actually all the bright color. I'm gonna replace this with the regular blue. Then we can go in with the... So this will be his like mouth area. So we have to give him a big smile. Is he gonna have like lips here? I don't know. I don't know the anatomy very well. I guess this would be like dark because it's like his mouth. I don't know. And then his eyes. Could probably just like almost put those on there like that. Obviously with some modification of shape. That works okay. And then give his head some highlighting. Let's see. Go ahead and fill that like that. Anti-alias along the way. And then his body. So over there he has like these two like shoulder blade things. Almost kind of like that. Then its tail. And then his legs. Those will be like that. It's looking okay. Now, one issue though is he's kind of unsymmetrical. His this leg is too short and the other one's too long. So that needs to come down. I'm also gonna start like filling out his feet areas. Alright, so I gotta make sure these feet are at the same level. Sort of like that. And this leg sticks out too much. So that's better, and it's way too... Because like if we get the distance away from here, so that one's 9 pixels away, and this one's... It's actually technically further away, but it looks too long. Where is his body? Like, so this is the middle of his body. That's 31. That's 33. It's pretty much symmetrical. It's just this one's too weird. Just needs to move up, I think, like that. Yeah, that should mostly fix the issue. That's okay. And then we got the same issue with this leg back here, because it's like, this one's weird and long. We just gotta make it shorter. Sort of like that. It's not bad, it's still maybe a little bit wacky. But we're almost there. So we can just start filling in more of the details. Let's get this darker color to fill in these areas, right? So it's going to be mainly like around here, around there. Same with over here. Same with over here. Okay. And we will go in with these other colors now. Tail's pretty much fine. I may do like... Because if you're thinking about like the lighting on this, like the part where it's kind of curving down would be darker. Because it would be bright, and then dark, and then bright again when it's like facing up at the light. So it'd almost be just like this. Right. And filling up more of this space with his back. Then this wouldn't be so pronounced. Almost sort of like that. So it's looking okay. Next thing he needs is his knees. So like you'll only really see like a tiny bit of the knee behind. Almost like that. I feel like his legs need to be moved in. It almost looks too much like he's a spider and not a... Like, his legs are, like, out from the side of him instead of underneath him. I think this will help. Getting there, maybe. I guess his tail would be pretty much almost invisible from this perspective, too. So let's just fill this all in, and then maybe just have like a little thing down here for the tail. Actually, pretty much all my knowledge of coding was used in making the movement, yeah. Let's see. So, hump here. This needs to be brought out. Almost like that. Let's do that. Yeah, you can see how time consuming doing sprites and stuff like this is, right? Because this is just, I haven't even animated this yet. This is literally just drawing the static frames, and it's like taking forever. That's why a lot of animations will keep their sprites super simple, because the more detail you add, the more complicated everything gets. Kind of feel like it doesn't make sense if it's like, you know, because he's got like his tardigrade mouth. Almost feel like it needs like this. I feel like that's a little better. There's literally known for Raycast. Yeah, there is. It's one of the things I love about Godot is that there's practically a node for everything, which is always super convenient. All right, so let's get his feet kind of set up here. Let's just select those. Just gonna go in and fill in those with the gray. This foot's too out of line. Okay. So that'll be the top of his feet, and then he'll have the sides, right? Kind of like that. And you only really see the claws from the front of him. Just like that. This one needs to be spaced over one more. Okay. So one thing missing, he has like these cheeks over here, these little like sacs, which he needs over here. Like this, and then we add some highlighting. There we go. So we're starting to get there. Now I think we can kind of go in and add some more lumpiness to things, right? It's like around the knee, he sort of has that like back lump. Hard to describe these things. Then let's get this. Let's alias more. I know some of these pixels look kind of messy and bad, but once we add the outline, it kind of blends in, so you'll see. Let's get this color. Almost sort of like that. It kind of gets the lumpiness going. That's not bad, really. I think if we go in and just do the lumps and stuff, I think we'll be pretty much on the right track. And then some of them are just like these lumps, which are just, you know, like that. And same thing on his legs, only on a couple of them though. Kind of hard to do here. We'll leave those ones out. All right, let's outline them, and then I think we're good here. Let's just do this. Did a weird little outline over here. Delete the semi-translucent ones. And go in and clean up. Don't like this one here. I think that's pretty good. I kind of like these claws being unoutlined. I know it almost goes against our rules, but I think it's fine. Okay. Then I think it's really just minor cleanup of things. The back is pretty much good. The only thing I'd do maybe is add like a little bit of a spine ridge. And maybe on some of these regions, like in here, kind of lighten it up so it's not so dark and dense. Like that. I think that looks good. So that's the hardest part. Now for doing his other side, really the back side, we can almost kind of copy the sprite and just vertically flip it. So makes our life way easier. Yeah, there's only a couple other things I would change over here on this sprite. Just some stuff down at his feet. Almost like that. Okay. I guess down here also then. Okay. I feel like that looks right for the perspective and stuff. I almost wonder if doing a brighter color around his mouth would look more like it's like sunken in like a tube. I don't know, let's see what that would look like. And then doing a darker outline around that, maybe? Yeah, I kind of feel like that's better. Alright, and then let's just make sure he's symmetrical, at least approximately. 26, 28. Let's move him 1 to the right. Alright. So that one's done. This one will flip, so the left one's done. Then we just have to do the one facing upwards. Whole lot of work. So for this one, we can literally just do, I think what I'll do is just flip horizontal. Oops, I have to do this. So that flips it horizontally. And then I'll just kind of turn this into the head and then turn this into the tail. Right? Should be easy enough. So let's just like go like that. Thank God for these like little shortcuts and stuff you can take, because otherwise this would take a million years, actually. He's a double-headed guy right now. So now I just have to convert this back part. So we'll just go like that, fill all that in. Delete all of the pixels. Just check the software game dev category at the top. Let's go. Yeah, it's all the raids. The raids really push us. So I do appreciate those. Thank you, Setlix and just Cavino. Let's see. Okay, so we just gotta do darker here. And then kind of repair the legs over here. And then obviously there won't be the claws down here. So just hide those. All right. So we're getting there. We're going to have to do a little bit more shaping. And this is too bright. So we got to go into here and do more anti-aliasing and stuff. So his tail, it's almost like we want to do like that for his tail. So that we can kind of go like that. Maybe almost like that. It's not bad. There are some weird perspective things, though. Like this leg almost looks like it's like in front. I just need to add some darker pixels along here. Right, like that. And basically like that, that's pretty much it. The only other thing is back here. I guess I imagine his body is sort of being higher up than the head. He's got a big, fat back. So I'll do that. And it's kind of a weird line in here, so I'll fill that out. Basically like that. I think the other issue too is that this leg, the top leg, should be the longest. It doesn't really matter for this angle. I mean, it's not like it's gonna be backwards all the time, you know? Because I also got to remember that I'm gonna have to animate all this, so I don't want to make things too complicated and detailed. But I will make this leg a little shorter because it is quite long. Just to like right there. Oh, and that's the other thing too. He shouldn't have the knees because this is the back of his leg. So let's just fill in some stuff here. He does kind of have those fat folds in the back. So we'll have to add those. Where it's like... almost like this. Okay, but I think after that, then we're pretty much good. I might add a lump on his tail. Sort of like that. I think that's good enough. I don't want to spend literally a million years trying to do this sprite, so. Okay, the last thing that we have to do is animation, which is the bad part that I hate. But he's going to be moving really slow, so his animation doesn't have to be very fancy. Like, just a 4-frame walk cycle will be absolutely fine. And let's just do a tiny little bit of an idle bob for him. I'm probably just going to do 2 frames because he's so big and slow that it's not, I don't need very much movement, you know? So I think for this one, he's just going to sort of sag his head down a little bit. Maybe bring his tail down by a pixel. Right. And then fix these. So it's probably good enough, but let's see what it looks like. 2 frames and then 64 by 48. Zoom in and lower the FPS. So that's not enough. His more parts of his body need to move. But we're getting there. I think if we moved kind of his humps. Technically this is just the other leg. But they look like humps on his back. Just like that. That'll help. And then I could have his knees kind of, his legs just bend slightly. So I could have his knees come forward a little bit. Just sort of like that. And then by doing that, it means the back of his legs will come forward, so just kind of go in and do that. Oops. Let's see what that looks like. That's not bad. And I probably won't even be animating that fast, like maybe literally 1 FPS or something, maybe 2 FPS. So that looks pretty good. The only other thing is the top of his leg should change a little bit. So if you move your leg forward, then that means like the back of it should droop. It's kind of tricky to animate sometimes. But I think that's what we want. Animating sucks, dude. I don't know why I always say I hate animation and then I make it hard for myself. That's pretty good. That's all he needs. He just needs a little bit of an idle pose. So. Thing I don't like though, it kind of has this like bit there, and then here it gets almost disconnected, so I need to do this. Add on 2 like that. And almost same with this one. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I could watch like a hippo moving. That's probably about what this guy is. Some other things that I think need to change on his movement down is this needs to go down 1 pixel, and probably same with his bump. Sort of like that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Alright, that's good enough. Not going to mess with that animation anymore. The top and down one should be probably even easier, I hope. That's what I tell myself, at least. My fan cable is locked in my water bottle. Okay. So, next up, hippo walking. Here we go. Hippopotamus walking slowly. Let's mute that. I mean, it's basically just like every other animal, I guess. Right? He does kind of look like a hippo in a lot of ways. But just kind of slowly walking along. How does a six-legged animal walk, though? Six-leg walk cycle gif. Because I've never animated a six-legged creature. I don't know how that works. I guess they would just alternate, right? Oh, that looks pretty good. So it's like offset. So middle one goes down when front one goes down. So it's basically just alternating. Oh yeah, spider. I forgot that spiders exist. So it'll be middle leg touches front leg and back leg touches middle leg. What? What's uh-oh? Spider? I'm not gonna look at spiders. I don't think spiders really have the same motion because they don't hinge front like animals do. Spiders hinge sideways like this, like their arms go like that. So they don't really walk in the same manner. I think this is a good reference though for how I would animate that. He's gonna be walking pretty slow, which is why I think I can get away with like 4 frames. Yeah, that should be fine. I don't have to overcomplicate this stuff, and the thing is you can always just, you know, add more frames later if you really want to, so. Alrighty. Let's see. One thing kind of missing from the front here that I realized is that he sort of has like this. Yeah, that'll work. All right, so we have the idle animation. Now we need to do the walking. So let's just, I'm just gonna do it in, I won't do it in here. I'll just copy this and then move it. So I need 4 frames. 64 times 4 is 256. Let's just paste these around. So this will be, let's see, how do I want to do this? Because I think there's a pose in there where all his legs are just normal. I don't know, actually, though. So much easier with 2 legs than 6. So, basically he'll back, forward, down. Maybe a 3-frame cycle would make more sense because he has 6 legs. Because I could do like back, slightly down, back, forward, but it might look kind of weird. So I could do like back, front, middle. Sometimes 3-frame walk cycles can look a little weird, but we can add in another frame if it looks too weird. So the thing is his legs are so big, it's kind of hard to do like this movement because these legs have space in between to move. His legs are so fat that it's like he can't even, like his legs will collide, but that's fine. They'll just kind of mush together. So let's just do front on this leg. So what I'm going to do for that, I think, is literally just crop out his leg and rotate it a little bit. I know it completely ruins everything when I rotate it like this. It looks terrible now, but it's okay. We'll fix it later. I just want to get the general movement going here. Now this one will kind of be in 2 segments. So I think I actually would want his leg to be almost like this. It had to be up a little bit. Kind of like that. But this is the issue with the 3-legged walk cycle, because he goes down and then back. I guess I could just offset it. Let's do that. It's just that this frame is in the wrong position. So let's set width back to 128. Expand it back to 192. Thank you, Minecraft, for teaching me intervals of 2. So he walks forward, then it's back. But it doesn't make any sense because he goes back and then flat again. So this is the issue. This is why it needs to be 4 frames. Because here he needs to be up and then down in front, middle. Yeah. Right? Wait, so up, down, back. Actually, that works okay. Yeah, it's just that, yeah, you're right. This one just needs to be in the middle. So let's move it. Might still work out. And then this one needs to go here. Then move his leg. So kind of like this. So he goes front, middle, back. Yeah. On that leg. Okay. Minecraft. The robot emojis are always so weird to me. They're kind of creepy. Okay. And then we just got to animate the other leg. So basically, when this leg is that way, the middle leg should be back. So if we're doing back, I'm going to say just the bottom like this. And paste it and rotate it. Like that. There's going to be a lot of cleanup in between these legs, but really that's fine. We just got to get the general motion, and then going through and cleaning up is easy. So those legs will all be flat, normal. And then when this one's back, this one is forward. So let's do that. And that one will be below this leg. So it'd be kind of like that. And that means that this one here will be back, which I guess will just be at the knee joint. Well, that is a very short, fat leg. But it's fine, we'll make it work out. And then over here, the back one needs to be forward. And that'll be on this layer so that it doesn't collide. All right, so I think that should work theoretically. I have to merge all these layers down now and animate and see. I think that's fine if we go in and clean it up and stuff, you know. It might move a little faster than that, like 4 FPS or something. And I can always add more frames if I really want to. And I'll probably change the rotation on some of these. Like this I'll make look less back and more forward and stuff, so yeah. And then of course we're going to be animating his head. So I don't know how the head movement stuff will work necessarily, but I imagine when this one is back like this, his head will be up over here. So it'll be up, then here it'll be down, I guess. Sort of like that. Let's see what that looks like. That should work. Because it's like he's like pushing off his middle leg, and so he'll like be like. And then if we modify the shoulder blades and stuff, I think it'll be fine. That, or we need to change it to be offset differently. Because that goes up there. I don't know, maybe here instead of going down, it just needs to go up again. Let's see what that looks like. I think that's better. So this is his up. So the tail will just be kind of offset with whatever. So tail goes down there, then up there, and then maybe up again right here. Kind of makes sense with the leg movement here because it's like his back leg pushes his tail up, so that should work. Unless we want to offset it so it looks maybe a little more natural. So here it would be at neutral, and then here it would be up. So let's try that. So undo that one. That one's neutral. And then this one, instead of being down, will actually be up one, and then that one will be down all the way. So it might look a little more weighty. Yeah, I like that better, I think. So when his leg is back here, I feel like this one, then his hump needs to be moved forward. And this one, since it's back, this one should be moved forward. And then kind of the inverse for this one over here. So this one moves back. And this one also moves back, I believe. Because we want it to look like his legs are alternating. Because like when this one goes back, that should go forward, and then opposite, like with this one. And the middle one just kind of won't move because it's sort of stuck in the middle anyways. We could have his little snout kind of droop a bit too. So where does his head move up and down? So head moves, so it's down there, then up, up for 2 frames, and down. Hey, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. So on the first up frame, I'm going to have his snout droop down, and then on this frame just leave it neutral. Like that could probably work. It just depends on how fast he's gonna move. If he's like running, he won't move that fast, but like that feels like a pretty good move speed. Just depends. You have to see. All right, so I think that's looking pretty good for the general shape. We just have to go back through and fix everything now because it's really screwed up. Like that one. Let's fix the tail stuff. Fix this one. Let's see. Boom. Oops. Boom, boom, boom. That's just a random floating pixel. Fix his feet stuff. Outline. This one is really screwed up here. So that knee is too big. We'll do that. Sort of like that, and then we go in with the outline. And we fix this leg. Don't know why that has gray thing here. Get rid of that. So this leg is bending, so we'll add more dark there. Sort of like that. Fix some stuff down here. Okay, almost there. Probably should just all be black. So this leg here is moving forward, so let's kind of give that illusion. Bring those up like that. Like that. And connect the knee. So this leg bit, so that's moving back. This needs some modification. Like that. And the claw is kind of messed up. There we go. Random black pixel. Random blue pixel. Sort of like that could work. And this one back here is fine for the most part. Looks good. And the tail's connected. Alrighty. That needs to be darkened. Let's see what that looks like with the last frame fixed. Still gotta fix the other two. But it's better. So Gave Raider, what's up? How's it going? Of course we have an ad right as soon as I was gonna respond. Gotta love it. Right, this one's the middle one, so it's already good. But this one's kind of screwed up. So, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's see. Fix some weird pixels here. Hope ads will end soon so I can respond. Got some weird stuff here. Let's see. That works there. A little bit of a knee. Just like that. His claws down here are screwed up. Okay. There's a lot of weird issues down here. Okay, ads are over. My apologies about that. So yeah, I am working on a creature for my game Starground. This guy essentially is just he's kind of like a big fat animal guy. Just currently going through and drawing his animations and stuff. This can take a really long time to do because animating is hard. So, but we're getting there. Let's see, do that. The knees are all screwed up. This, I don't even know what happened here. Why does this look weird? I think it's because it went down, so it needs to go like that. Same with all this business in here. Alright, we are pretty much cleaned up now. Let me add in this outline here. Okay. Fix this pixel. So one thing too is I feel like he needs to, we need to be able to see his leg in the background, so I'll just do like that so we can see something back there. And then same with here, this leg would be here, so like, just so it's not an empty void, because otherwise it would be weird. All right, so let's go ahead and animate this, see what it looks like. It's not bad. There's just a couple little minor things in here that I'd probably fix. But it's getting there for sure. So first off, the one where it's forward back here, the back of the leg looks kind of weird. Also, this has just lost its shape, so I have to fix that. It starts off kind of rounded, but then here it just randomly gets not rounded, which doesn't look good. Just doing that, I think, would help fix some issues. Let's see what that looks like. It's definitely better for sure. And the front one on the middle one is very jarring. I fixed a weird problem I had. Oh, nice. Let's go. Just hit it? Yeah. That works. It's a method I use a lot. So this needs to go... I feel like it needs to start shifting forward. Or maybe even down. It's better. And this front one's a little weird, how this just like suddenly goes up over here. So I think it's fine if that goes up, but then the frame before it needs to kind of like smooth out between the two. Like that. It also connects back here when this goes back, which it shouldn't really fully connect. It should be more like that. Okay, we're getting there. And the back things are fine. I think these little bumps need to move around. So when this middle one is going front, this needs to go up one. And then when these ones here are going front, they need to go up one. So both these, like that. And I'll say when this one's going back, this one also goes up front, like that. Let's try that. Yeah, it just makes his back look a little more dynamic and not as stationary. Then also same when this one's going back, this one should move up here. So it should go like that. Maybe just open this up a crack and then extend the outline out 1 pixel like that. There we go. That's pretty good, I would say. Yeah. I don't like the one here where it's like 1 pixel. That needs to be fixed. Go like that. Let's see. There we go. Okay, that's 1 animation done. To be fair, with walking, the side one is always going to be the most difficult. And that's because in top-down perspective, you're going to have the most movement then, right? Because it's your leg is going to be going like this. It's going to change a lot per frame. It's going to be a lot easier with these ones because it's just going to be a matter of legs kind of moving up and down. I don't have to do very much animation, so it'll get easier. Yeah, let's go ahead and just do it all in 1 sprite sheet. So let's see the height. So 48, let's go up to 48 times 3, 48 and 90. Actually don't know what that interval is. It's 96 times 2. Oh, it's just 192. Okay. Just download sprites from itch.io. Yeah. There can be some good asset packs there. Just like my asset pack. No, you don't have to. I did actually put an asset pack up on itch a while ago. Just to kind of try out the process. And honestly, I really enjoy drawing just like little icons. So that's kind of what I did. Did I calculate this wrong? That was 4. Doesn't make any sense. Oh, 90. I need to do 48 times 3. It should have been 144. There we go. I'm just putting in these squares so I can see the boundaries of each frame. Sometimes it's really difficult to tell. Okay. So we're just going to grab this guy. God, once we're done with these animation frames, it's going to be lovely. You can see it's a lot of freaking work to add in these guys and draw them, so. I hope they aren't like too big or something and look bad. We'll see. That's like the worst thing ever that can happen, is that if you accidentally draw something too big and have to redo the entire sprite. All the animations and everything. Kind of sucks. I've tried making my own right now, but I want to get a quick prototype down. Yeah. That's totally fair. That's what a lot of people do, is just put in some temporary like placeholder assets, right? And then later on do their own. I usually just go straight for drawing the asset, so I don't have to replace it later, you know? But that's not always a luxury everybody has. Oh yeah, we still haven't done the idle animation also for the other images. It's never ending, isn't it? But it's okay. These ones, the idle animations are really easy. It's just the walking part that's hard. Man, doing a texture pack for this guy would kind of suck. The other option always is to just separate my sprites up into individual sprites so that I can rotate them and do the animation procedurally, but I don't know. I don't know if that's what I'd really want to do. It would be fun to experiment someday and try it, just to see what it looks like, but yeah. Because what you could do is, like, for this guy, you would basically just separate his legs into 3 different sprites. And then have his body and maybe his head and tail as different sprites. The only issue, though, with that is you won't really get as dynamic of an animation. It'll look kind of stiff. Which isn't always a terrible thing, but it would make it way easier to add animals into the game, so I don't know. I'm usually always of the camp of just make things as easy as possible, but I guess there are some things where it is worth it to take the time. It's just hard because this guy is so humongous. I'm probably not going to add in that many animals that are this big, right? So I think it'll be fine. Okay, so these are all just the idle animations. Let's just do these really quick. Get them out of the way. Boom. So literally it's just modifying 1 frame. So let's just do that. So on this frame, I think I made his knees go forward a little bit. His head and tail come back. Let's see, I made his head and knees go forward, so he goes down on the 2nd frame. So I'll literally just do that. Just grab his head and move it down here. Then sort of same concept here, but the other direction. Now this head is more complicated. It's got a lot of bits. Alright, head goes down 1 frame right there. See, that was back up there. Yeah, so I'll just have that go like that. Okay, so that's the head, and then also the tail goes down, so here I'll just have it go. Then here, of course, it goes the other direction, so I'll just grab it right there. Sort of stretch that one up. Now the knee stuff. It's kind of harder to do it on this one, but I can just kind of shift his knees down slightly. Just like that. And on those ones, I won't even like actually shift it. I'll just draw a pixel out of it. I should have done that with that one too, I guess. Yeah. Then with that, it means we're going to have to modify like back here. Just add some more darkness around. Then this one, it's basically going to be the inverse. I don't know how I'm really going to do that. I'll just kind of have some of his folds darken a little bit. That'll do the job. So let's see what this looks like. So let's apply a 48 frame offset so we can see that one. That one's not bad. And then if we do a 96, we can see the back one. Yeah, so that looks pretty good. The only other thing I'd probably do is just like modify the outline shape of some of this stuff so it looks like it's actually kind of sagging. Oh, of course, I just did on the one that shouldn't be modified. Cool. See what that looks like. So apply a 48 offset. Oops. 96 offset. It's good enough. Doesn't have to be perfect. Because we still got to animate a whole bunch of things. Okay, idle animations are done. The final task is just the walking. So we're getting there. Very, very slowly, but probably surely. Whoa, this drawing is epic. Hold on, guys. I don't know who that guy is, but pretty crazy. All right, so walking on this animation. So basically we're just going to be copying what this one is doing up here. So left leg is moving forward here. It's really hard to like get to forward walking animations and make the perspective look right. But I'll try. One of the easiest ways to do it is just with lighting. So if a leg is moving backwards, you can make it shrink and then go darker. So that could work. His ace. Who's this guy? That's the guy. Okay. We got this, guys. Let's get moving. So, I'm just gonna animate this one. So let's just get grinding away. So I can kind of change the perspective on some of these things, which will help kind of sell the illusion of it moving up. And how I could do that is add depth to the claws like that, so it looks more like we're looking at the claws from like a top-down kind of thing. And I can increase the area of brightness on this leg. Almost like that. And then if this leg is moving back, we kind of almost do the opposite, where we like shrink the claws and we lift that one up like that. And then we make this one darker. So we just go, I say we go full dark on this, like that. That's your sleep paralysis demon. Yeah. So just for fun, let's go ahead and preview that right now. So you can kind of see what I'm doing here, right? It's not going to be perfect. It will look a little janky. We could make the leg, if it's moving forward, kind of get longer, actually, which might be a better look. Like that. Just because it might look too similar if it's the other way around. Now, one issue, though, is it is going outside the bounds of its animation, of its region. So, looks like we barely have enough space for this. Cutting it pretty close. So you can see what that looks like. That looks okay. Excuse me. So there it's front, back, flat, flat, and then this one's back and this one's front. So extend. And then this one will become bright. Fill it in, fill it in. And we'll add just a pixel to the claws so it almost looks like they're kind of less top down and more you're seeing it on the side. Again, it's all just about trying to make things look like an illusion of movement. The movement might not actually be perfect, but it's close enough. Make the leg darker so it kind of looks like it's going back and being obscured by the shadow. All right, so this is what we got. Wait, it's only 2 frames. You can see. I think that looks fine. Sorry, it's spying on what they're doing in there. It's not perfect by any means, but it's probably okay. And then we just have to do the same thing with all the other legs. Now, the thing is that the other legs are very obscured, so it's kind of easier and harder in certain ways. So yeah. I'm also going to check the height of the tail. So it's highest up here and then lowest in the middle. Lowest? Lowest. So to make it look higher up, I'm going to increase the size just a little bit and the lighting. And then middle and then down is easy because I can literally make it go down. Boom. And I'll just have it go like that. So that's the tail movement. Here, I think it should be a little more, yeah. So let's look at that, make sure it looks okay. Yeah. Now head movement, let's get that out of the way. So it's, I can't tell if that's, okay, so that's down, so it goes up, up on these two. So I'm gonna have to carefully select this. Sort of like that. And move it up. And we gotta move this one up also. And fix the colors. Boom, boom. Okay. So let's see what that looks like. Not terrible. And now next is the other legs. So this one's forward, which means the middle one is back and the back one is forward. So the way I'm going to do that, I think, is just kind of grabbing a region in here and just shifting up. And since that one's going back, means I'll go ahead and do that, and I will darken it. Kind of like that. And so inversely, this one's coming forward, so I'll just move this foot down a pixel. Brighten the leg up. And maybe have like this just down a pixel. And then lastly, back leg is moving forward, and this one's moving backwards. So we'll grab this leg, move it up to go backwards. And color it in dark. And then this one's going forwards. Just a lot of back and forth, isn't it? I guess that is what walking is. Alright, so I don't know how this will look. It'll just be one frame though, so we have to do all the other ones. But we're getting there. So, middle frame, done. Thank God. So now we just have to do the inverse over here. So, if this leg is going back, this one will be coming forward now. Boom. Make it all bright and lovely. So, let's see. When I have the leg coming forward, I lengthen that. Hey, Quellis Dev, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? Give you a shout out. There you go. Welcome in, everybody. Yeah, how's it going? What were you up to today on your stream? So yeah, this leg should go back. Okay. Yeah, we're just working on some sprite work for a new creature for Starground. My game I've been working on, which I can show off in a little bit here. But it's going good. Animating is always just really time consuming. But it's a necessary evil, unfortunately. But yeah, thanks so much for the raid. Hope you're doing good. Let's see here. Almost done with this here. It's just a little bit more to go. Because I've got... So this leg goes back, this leg comes forward, that one goes back. That side's done. So this one comes forward, then this one goes back. So it'll go back there. We'll just scrunch it up a little bit here. Make it all dark. Let's see, do that. Like that. Okay. Starting to interrupt. What programmer are you? Oh, shoot, we have an ad. That sucks. I didn't snooze it in time. Yikes. I think we're out of snooze credits though anyways, which kind of sucks. God, Twitch, why do you have to be so stupid? Well, let's wait for the ads. That sucks. It's not bad, actually. I kind of like that animation. All right. Okay, ads are over. I'm very sorry about that. That was terrible timing. But yeah, sorry. What program are you using to create and animate the art? Looks good so far. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm using Paint.net, which is just a free program that you can get. It's only for Windows. If you're thinking about doing pixel art, I probably wouldn't recommend Paint.net. I would probably use Sprite instead. So, you know, I recommend that. Working on my little RPG game, realizing it needs more feedback on what player is supposed to do, so I'm building a quest system. Nice, that's awesome. Sick. Cool stuff. Yeah, I've been just drawing and animating all day. Put up a patch earlier for the game, but it's time to add animals into the game. So, yeah, Paint.net enjoyer, yeah. I've been using Paint.net for so long, it's really hard for me to use any other programs. And so that's why I still use this, even though it's not the best program to use for art. I know, but I don't know. I kind of just, I enjoy it. So, I'm just so used to it that I'm very fast with it, and I think that's what's important. So yeah. I'm just gonna kind of animate some of these bumps here. Let's see what that looks like. It's not terrible. I think one thing is the shoulder blades kind of need to be animated slightly. If these are shoulder blades, I don't even really know. It's the funny thing kind of drawing weird creatures is that I don't really fully know the anatomy. But that's better. I almost kind of want the snout to animate just a tad, so maybe I'll do that. So the head goes up over there, so it'll be like down right here. And then up again normally. So let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I imagine his like snout thing as being sort of wobbly. It's not like a stiff, rigid thing. So like a pig or something. It's more of a floppy appendage or something. I don't know. Still in Blender. Yeah, I've thought about that, right? I mean, I could do something like this in Blender, but I don't know. It's there's pros and cons to that. One issue with doing this kind of stuff in Blender with pixel art is I've still got to clean it up anyways. This guy really wasn't that hard to animate, relatively speaking. I've had others that were way harder than this, so this isn't that bad. But yeah, I don't know. If it was any bigger or he had any like attacks or complicated things, then yeah, I would do it in Blender. Because that's what I did with Dreadcap. So I just modeled it in Blender and then rendered it out and kind of cleaned it up for pixel art. So I really like using Windows 7 MS Paint for art back in the day. Yeah. I never really used Microsoft Paint. I've always just used Paint.net. I used to use Paint.net for Roblox skins back in the day. And that's what I got used to with it. It's kind of funny. But yeah. Let's see, this head needs to move down. Just getting started on the next frames of animation. Yeah, 3D pixel pipeline is very interesting. It works really well for big sprites. This I wouldn't necessarily classify as big enough, I think, to warrant the time in Blender, but yeah, really big stuff though. Like Dreadcap is enormous. He's like 128 by 128 or something. So I can go show you the sprite that I got rendered out from Blender. I spent a lot of time going through and kind of cleaning him up and stuff, you know? But it saves me a lot of time, especially for attacks and stuff like this, where it's like just a lot of frames, right? So this is what it looks like when I export from Blender. And what I do essentially is I go through and like clean up some of the weird broken pixels and then also, you know, snap the colors to my color palette so that it matches everything. And I think it works out pretty well. It saves me hours and hours and hours doing it this way, so yeah, not bad. There are some very minor issues with Dreadcap, like there's like some random white pixels and stuff, but yeah, it's just not worth the time to fix it because no one has even noticed. And then this is like his idle animation, which we can play because how big is he? He's 192 by 192, which is enormous. So yeah, don't really want to animate something that big. That would take too long. But you can see his animation. He has how many frames? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. This is what he's like animated. I know this window's tiny. Here we go. It's a little better. I think it looks okay though. It doesn't exactly have the exact same vibe as regular pixel art, but it's close enough. I'm just gonna go ahead and save this guy. Guy idle. I don't know what his name is yet, Well, it's gonna be some play on words of tardigrade, I guess. And guy walking. And then that sounds like a nightmare. It's fine. If you get plenty of plugins and stuff, it's a lot better. But yeah, I mean, A-Sprites, I'm sure, is a better program for pixel art, but it's just so hard for me to do it. I don't know, to get used to it. I've tried using it in the past, and there's definitely some really interesting tools and stuff, but I don't know, I just can't do it. Yeah, it's basically like a big tardigrade guy. That's what he is, so. And he'll drop meat when you kill him, so. Hopefully his pathfinding and stuff works out. For a guy this big, he may need his raycasts to be longer so that he doesn't collide with the walls. So it shouldn't be too bad to figure that out. I'll work on that. He is big, yeah. What should we call this guy? Tardigrade? Tardigrade. Tardigrade. I mean, what is he like? He's kind of like a... I don't know. What animal is he like in the real world, right? Cow? Mike? Yeah, let's call him Mike. We call him... I don't know. Mike. I don't know. It's like the green milk thing from Star Wars. Oh, yeah. What's Big Mike? Yeah, let's call him Big Mike. What is that thing called again? Star Wars green guy. No, not Yoda. Star Wars green animal. I don't know if we'll find it. Kind of looks like this. Like a little bit, but not really. I think I know the one you're talking about, but I don't know. Macrobiotis? Maybe. That could work. Something like either integrating like Corlock the Destroyer. Let's go. That's epic. Nah, probably not that. Even though he's big and strong, he's kind of just he's a passive guy. He doesn't attack anybody. So, yeah, any abilities? Macro Bear? I kind of like that. That's kind of epic. A Macro Bear. I kind of really like that because it's like a, you know, they call them water bears and stuff. I kind of like the word macro. Ramazadius. Hypsibius. I want it to be something easy to say. I've had too many of those that are too hard, like the Diatomatus. I do like Macro Bear, that's kind of fun. Yeah, but any abilities, not really anything in particular. I mean, the thing is that he's not like he's just a domestic animal. So it's like, you know, a cow or something. Like, they don't really have special abilities. They just kind of exist for the sake of resource production. So this guy's going to be mainly harvested for meat. I don't know if he'll drop anything else other than meat. Maybe down the line. Who knows? But I figured it just kind of made sense because he's a big guy and he's got a lot of meat. So why wouldn't you harvest him for meat, right? But yeah. Macrofauna. Could be good. I do like macro. I think fauna might be too general. Should be milked for jelly. Yeah, like he could, like, we could have our animals be kind of multi-purpose. Macro grazer, that's pretty good too. Where it's like you could harvest things, like keep them alive and continually harvest stuff, or you could kill them for meat. So macro wobbler, yeah. All good names. Macro bear. I think Macro Bear and Macro Grazer for me are at the top right now. Macrotherium. It's not bad. I don't know what like therium means though. Macro, I kind of like Macro Bear because it macro indicates that he's big, and then bear is like water bear, right? I feel like Macro Bear is kind of sick. So now I gotta animate this side of him. Then that's it, and then we're done, and then I can add it. So hopefully I can get this done and we can actually put him into the game. So front leg goes up right here. So this one's gonna go... So this one's going up. That means it's going to be dark. Ethereum's like big underground sloths. Okay, it's kind of like the sloth in RimWorld. What is that called? It's a mega sloth, yeah. Okay, brighten this leg up. We'll do like Michael Bear. Michael, don't leave me here. So that leg goes up, and then this leg goes forward. So there's a big chunk of leg right here. So that's gonna go like that. And looks like a face, like those are the eyes, just a chill guy. Let's cover this in with dark. And then it's gonna be the inverse over here, so this one's gonna come down. And then these will go in. And this will all become bright. I know we're drawing through a haze right now, so I can see the boundaries of the sprite. So that one went back, so this one will go forward. Break that pixel. Make it dark. I mean, animating this stuff isn't too annoying, but it's just like, man, it takes a long time sometimes. So this one will be bright. And then that one stays the same, and then this one. Oh, this is macromia. That does sound like a health condition. It's a cool bug, huh? Oh yeah, it's like the... Oh, it's like the big dragonfly, guys. Yeah, those are cool. So now this one goes up. Get in there. I can't stop looking at this as like two eyes and like a smile, like a cool, smug smile. And then this one will come down and get brighter, which is already pretty bright. We'll see if we can manage. And we can just make those lines go away. And then, let's see. Middle one, if that one's going back, that one goes forward. This is what I've been doing for the past 2 hours, is just this constant, just this one moves that way, that one goes that way. It's very time consuming. I do wonder if I should have used Blender for this sprite, but it's too late now. We're done, so. I don't like that. Let's fix that. And then that one went back, so this one comes this way. Let's replace that with that. Okay, we're almost there, guys. So this one comes down. Gas zero, yeah. Definitely. Oops. And then this one will be all bright. Okay, one last leg. This is the final leg, guys. Final leg. Isn't that what they say when the race is about to be over? The final leg? That's crazy. Okay, let's watch this guy move. Actually, I didn't do his tail. Let's do that really quick. So his tail will go up there, middle, then down over here. Let's move it down. His true colors show. And then up right here. Up. Like, I imagine it'll go more out like that. Okay. That should be pretty much it. I need to animate the bumps on his back, but... Okay, so let's do... First sprite. It's going to be 64 by 48. There he goes. He's walking. He's zooming across. Next sprite. 48. He's walking, zooming across. Next sprite. The back. The back is okay, because you can't really see a lot of the detail anyway, so it's okay if it's a little obscured. So let's go ahead and do these. So let's see. This leg comes forward. This goes up. I'll just kind of alternate these. And then this one over here will go back down. And that should be pretty much it. So like your hair, very main character-y in a way. Yeah, this little curl, I didn't mean to create it, but it just kind of showed up. I appreciate it. Let's do 96. There we go. Look at him move. Look at him go. Yeah, it's like Superman. Let's see. Let's also make his kind of shoulder blades move a little bit. So if it goes this way, it'll move down. Then this one will kind of move up. And then inverse over here. So let's see what that looks like. Plus 96. Look at him move. Look at his back. It's going... Alright. That's it. We're done. Kind of reminds me of the loop bug from Deep Rock. Oh, yeah. I can see that for sure. Glasses, yeah. Nah, not anymore. I've abolished my glasses after I got LASIK. LASIK is kind of a miracle if you think about it. Like, how the heck do we figure that out, guys? You can take a laser and zap your eyeballs, and now you don't have to wear glasses ever again? That's some pretty high-tech stuff. Let's see, vertical, and then... I guess I'll just export all these as separate sprites. Technically, I could have these in just one big sprite sheet, but nah. I like having them as separate files, kind of. Do I? Do I like having them as separate files? No, I don't. Let's do it in one. Let's do it in one. It's okay for tinier things, I guess, but why not just have it in one sprite, right? Come on. My fan is broken. I need to get a new one. Alright, I guess we will call him Macro Bear. Can't type. So this is Macro Bear walking. And then Macro Bear idle. Macro burr. Why does it keep not going to the folder? Docs, nah, it's fine. Freddy Macro Bear. Man. Yeah, pew 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 eyeball fixed. I know, it's crazy. I think LASIK changes your eye lens. Yeah, it basically just blasts off a thin layer of your cornea and it reshapes it. What they do is they make a flap first, so they cut and then they peel up your eye. Sorry for people that don't like this. And then they zap and close it back up, and it like instantly merges back together. It's pretty cool stuff. Yeah, what's up? Macro bearer. Check Gooster. Kid named Mike. Let's go. I was kind of thinking of Mike when Mike was brought up, and he's, you know, because he's like bald and shiny. So stupid. Oh man. That's good. That's why Dylan is the GOAT. Okay, we're gonna add an animation to this freaking guy. God. I think Sword Trooper aim is so bad. One of them accidentally shot a laser gun someone's eye, fixed their vision. Yeah, maybe. When did I get LASIK? I got it during Starground's release. I got it like August. It was like on the day before release or something. It was like August. What was it? August 16th or whatever. It was right before Starground released. It was a tricky time because I got sick and Starground was releasing and I had to get LASIK. I got it on the 18th. It was a day before Starground came out. So it's kind of funny. So we're gonna have idle down. And then for the sides, we're just gonna do like, you know, idle side and then idle up. Because I'll just flip the sprite horizontally depending on the direction. Might also just make it look a little cooler if it's like that too. So White Blade, it came from YouTube. You were on my recommended, just thought I'd let you know. Keep up the good dev work. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thanks for popping in. You guys adjust your eyesight? Yeah, like if I want, I can just decide to like unfocus, right? So, if that's what you mean. I can like unfocus and then I can focus on the distance like that. It's funny when you do that and next to a camera because it looks like, because it's like my eyes aren't like, they're like sideways. It's probably harder on this because it's the focal length is way longer, but on like a phone camera it looks really funny. So, hey Whiteblade, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. My iris is enlarged? Oh, do they? I don't know. Well, it doesn't get darker. I don't know. So then we're gonna do move down. I don't know why I haven't just combined them into the same sheet. You know, honestly, it's way easier to do that. It's easier for everybody. It's easier for modders and stuff. I mean, I guess the only downside for modders is that you can't change one specific animation, but honestly, most of the time, if you're changing one animation, you're probably changing all of them. So I don't think it's really a bad thing. Okay, so let's go to sprites and then go to our macro bear. So this is going to be idle down. So what we can say is just horizontals 2 and verticals 3. So idle down like this. Idle side. Macro bear. Idle side. And then idle up. And then we're set. Okay, now move down. Let's do, okay, this one's bigger, so it's 3 by 3. Move down is that one. Move side. This one, and move up. And then we're done. We got all the sprites. We finally did it. Boom. So now we can go any direction we want. 4-directional. It's crazy. Whole lot of work, man. But it looks nice. Right? Okay, anyways. So what we're going to do is... Yeah, one snooze cred. Yeah. Ran out of snooze cred so fast. Yeah, you ran the command. But yeah, this is Starground. I can, we'll jump into the game in just a second. I just have to add some code for this guy, and then we will, I can show off what's going on. So we do have angle. So angle here, I'm going to want to be an export variable. So I'm going to go ahead and say export var ray angle is going to be just degrees. Oh, wait. It's got to be, will be equal to 30 degrees by default. So this will be ray angle. And then I also need export var ray length, which will be by default, what is the default? 16? But for this guy, since he's so big, we're going to need to increase the ray length. So now I'm just going to say left ray dot target position is equal to vector 2 0 ray length, then same for the right ray, and that's for the pathfinding stuff. All right, and then we're gonna have to do some stuff in process, so function process, and that's where we're gonna check like our vector movement stuff. So first thing is we're going to say if velocity dot x, or really what I'm going to do is convert that into a Boolean value. So I think you do sine of velocity dot x. So that'll return 0 or 1, I believe. I think. No. So that doesn't work. Oh, well, I'll just do this. Main sprite dot flip h is equal to, also, good gladiators, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the cheese time season. So main sprite dot flip h will be velocity dot x is less than 0. So that should work. And thank you for the hydrate. Much appreciated. And thank you for the second cheese time. You've increased the uh-oh. Here we go. It begins. At least it doesn't lag out anymore, so we're good. We can do as many cheese times as you guys want. No! I'm an idiot. I'm an actual idiot. Oh. Okay, I accidentally discarded my changes. God, I'm an idiot. Okay, now I gotta redo it. Well, that took me 2 seconds. Okay. That wasn't too hard. Bye, cheese time. Aim for 10k points now. What is in 10k points? Oh yeah, that's the free pixel art thing. I think I may get rid of that. I'll still do the ones that were redeemed, but it's sometimes people request stuff that's like really time consuming. Yeah, I may remove that. I do apologize for everybody. She should rotate. I do want it to rotate, but with how it works with Godot, it's the 3D particle system. I can just play the cheese. Unfortunately, I can't get the cheese to rotate. So I'm going to have to figure out a solution to that. I think I have to write a custom shader to make the cheese rotate with 3D particles, which kind of sucks, but I think it's our only option. So welcome in, Mark. I am working on adding in a new animal to Starground. It's almost ready to go. Should do this quick sketch thing. Yeah, I mean, I could do that. Wouldn't be bad. So how can I check all the cases then? I just had to say if... Right, like it's just checking the velocity. So velocity.x is greater than 0. But really it's checking the angle of our velocity, right? So we're gonna have to say velocity.get direction or whatever. Or no, we just want to get the angle of our vector. It's kind of hard though. So vector right will return 0. That's the thing we want to pay attention to there, right? Apparently there's angular velocity in Godot's particle systems. So there is, but the thing is that it still just rotates along the y-axis. So it doesn't actually fix anything, which kind of sucks. So I'm going to have to do some weird custom stuff for that, unfortunately. But we'll do that eventually. Also, we have an ad starting that we can no longer snooze. I apologize to everybody. But it was bound to happen sooner or later. But it'll be over soon. Then we're good for the rest of the stream. Oh, my eye. Feels like I got a rock in there. I know I don't, but... We're good. Okay, so if velocity.angle is less than... man, it's weird, because does this return negative values also? Pi over 2. See, that returns minus 45 degrees. So velocity.angle is greater than minus pi divided by 4, and velocity.angle is less than minus pi divided by 4. And that means that we're within the range where it should be. Actually, we want to do this. If it's greater than negative pi over 4 and... Also, thank you for the posture check. You're back to 1060 or 160. That sucks. So velocity.angle is less than that, or less than 0, then that means that we should be facing to the right, to the side. So I guess really I just want to check the tops and then... Okay, so we're greater than that, and we're greater than negative pi divided by 2. Then that means main sprite dot play. It's gonna be move up. So this will get a little weird and wacky. And then likewise, if we're greater, let's see, if we're less than pi divided by 4. Okay, if we're less than that, if we're greater than pi divided by 4, and we're less than pi divided by 2. So here, if we're less than pi divided by 4 and greater than, then we're going to do move down, else dot play move side. So hopefully this works out. We'll see. Looks like the ads are over also. I apologize. Okay, so we have our macro bear right here. We're going to rename him to macro bear. And so for his settings and stuff, the ray length of 16 is definitely not enough. I have to set that to Also, I'm going to export his speed. Let's just get that out of the way. It's a float. That really can be anything. So I won't mess with that anymore. So if he's that big, let's say his collision shape is like... Because here's his collision shape, his circle. He's going to be like 16 pixels wide, which means that his raycasts ideally should be 32. And a ray angle of 30 is probably fine, but we'll see. I looked up a thing on GPU particles in Godot. In the process material, there's a particle flags tab. Yeah, so in there, there's just the one particle flag for the rotate Y, and that's it. In CPU particles, it's a little different where you can actually rotate in any direction, but for some reason they decided GPU particles, you can only rotate on the Y, which is really stupid. So it means I'm going to have to implement it manually, which is going to suck. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, but oh well. All right, we're going to load it up and we're going to create our macro bear, and let's hope that our animations play normal. Ah, my eyes, dude. Need some drops. My headphones are falling off. It's really hard to put in eye drops and wear headphones at the same time. Not getting any out. It's going my eyelash. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so I say bye. Right on, David. Thanks for popping in the stream. I appreciate it. What are eye drops? They're saline that you put in your eyes to make them feel better. All right, watch this, guys. Macro bear. There he is. Look at him. So he's just gonna follow the player. And then he does rotate. Not properly, completely, but almost. But he's almost there. The thing is that his this horizontal one here is too sensitive. He needs more. So this needs to be not negative or divided by 2. I think it's literally just 2. Or no, divided by 1.5. Should be it. Is that what I'm thinking of? Or is it the other one? No, that's right. Is that not right? That seems right. That's a 45, right? 45 is more like that. See, it seems right over here, but then over here it seems maybe a little shallow. Maybe it is just pi. But I would think that would be 0. Which means that it would just... Yeah, I'll probably slow down the animation and maybe speed them up or something. No, I was right before. It is... I think it's just an illusion. Yeah, I did make a custom eye drop timer. That was for right after my LASIK surgery. I had to do it at like timed intervals because I had medicated drops. So I'm gonna open my window. Oh my god. It is. It's so hot. I have to do this every stream. It just bakes in here, man. Okay. So yeah, let's decrease the speed. The idle speed is probably way too fast. Yeah, really that should be like 2 FPS for a guy like this. Now, these ones might be dropped down to 4. I'll probably make him walk just a little bit faster. I mean, I don't want him to be frustratingly slow, you know? Ooh. It's getting stuck on stuff. There we go. That's not too bad. And of course we'll give him a shadow so he doesn't look so weird. Where's he going? Okay, he's going around the rock. Trap him. Okay. Starground research. Terrain manipulation. That's what he's saying right now. He's trapped. He's not getting out. He doesn't know what to do. Yeah, I did stand up from my sweat-soaked chair. Don't leave me here. You should diagonal animation. If I'm gonna do diagonal animation, then we're gonna render this in Blender. I am not hand animating diagonal. That would actually suck. I'll give him a little bit of breathing room. Fine, I'll let him go free. I think it's just because he's like following the player. Really what he's gonna be doing in his natural environment is just kind of standing there and then wandering. Also, I don't think he's killable. I'm not sure why he can't be killed right now. I gotta figure that out. He's on collision layer 2, right? Yes. And he is an entity. He has HP. It's probably because I don't have a code for when he actually dies. So if has died, then Q free. There we go. He's gone. So he does die. Okay, good. So Spencer, what's up? What is great for 3D stuff? Like Aseprite is for 2D, but yeah. I would definitely recommend Blender. Blender is completely free, and it's got a lot of really cool tools and stuff that you can use, so that is what I would recommend. But yeah. Alright, sick. Well, he's in the game. He's moving around, doing his things. So we need to add in like logic to make him wander. Something for Hydra. Where's my frick? Thank you. Yeah, that swing totally does make music. I think it's because of the beat. Sometimes he freaks out. I will make a fix to the animal pathfinding. Because it's just that he swaps his direction too much, and that's why he does this vibrating thing sometimes. If he just didn't swap his direction, he'd be fine. So I just have to make that minor change. So I'll be doing that. But yeah, let's also make his wandering behavior. So I'm just gonna have a timer on the macro bear. And I'll set some variables for that. Export wander time. Var wander time is equal to like 10 seconds or something. So every 10 seconds, he's just going to pick a random distance, and then export var wander range, right, is 10. So it'll be within 10 pixels or whatever, or should do that in tiles, really. Thanks. There's some other options besides Blender. There are other options, although I probably wouldn't recommend them. There's like a lot of paid ones, but they're all like hundreds of dollars, so you'd have to pirate them, and I just don't really think it's worth it. But there's like, what is it, Maya, Max 3D or something. I can't remember the names of all of them, but those are like the big ones that, you know, movie studios and stuff use. Although, honestly, that's probably changing in recent times. Blender's way more common now in the industry. And there's probably like some other free ones, but man, I don't know. I really wouldn't recommend anything other than Blender because it's so good. It takes time to kind of figure out, but once you know how to use it, it's a super powerful tool for all sorts of 3D stuff, so. In one of my prime moments for thinking about theories, I made a whole essay about a universe theory I thought of. Oh yeah. That's crazy. Okay, we'll just call that timer. And then in here, I'm just going to say... Go ahead and just say timer. I guess wander time, I kind of want to be a random number. So I'll actually call this wander range, and same with this one. This will start as a vector 2 from 5 to 10 pixels. And this will be a vector 2 from... Did I call this wander range? Wander time will also be a vector. From 2 to 10 seconds or whatever. 1 to 10, we'll try that first. So what I'm going to do then, essentially, is with our wander time stuff, I'm going to say timer.start with randef range from wander time.x to wander time.y. And then I'm going to say timer.connect, timeout.connect to pick new target. Pick new wander target. So we'll add in that function. So all we're going to say in here, it's pretty basic stuff. We're just going to say target position is going to be a global position plus randef, let's see, vector 2, randef range, wander range.x, wander range.y, and then the same thing again. So this will just mean that he, instead of constantly just trying to go toward the player, he's just gonna sort of randomly wander around, which will be good. And target position will be null. So I'm actually going to say here, only do this stuff if you have a target position. So I'll just say if target position. Otherwise do this stuff. All right. Remember at school they had an AutoCAD class? Yeah. My 3DS, oh yeah, 3ds Max. The teacher showed us to us and did a presentation long ago. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that stuff is definitely, it's good modeling software, but honestly it's not worth the cost and it's kind of old. Blender has a lot of cutting edge features in comparison. I mean, of course, they're still updating it and stuff, but Blender is really good. It's kind of crazy. And sure, it might be more specialized in the sense that it's probably better at specific things, but for the most part, I would imagine that Blender is pretty much all you could ever want. So. All right, I'm also going to check a thing here. If velocity is equal to vector 2.0, then it's going to be idle, right? And then here I'm just going to say else, if I could type. So what we're going to say then is, I'm going to keep track of the last direction that we were in. So 0 by default will just be facing right. So last dir will be velocity dot normalized. Then we're going to do almost the exact same thing with this. But instead of checking velocity.angle, we're checking last dir. And I could actually merge these two pieces of code together if I wanted to. where I just set Laster and then check the animation stuff, but I just want to see if this is working because I got to end stream in just a sec. All right. So that will swap his animations to the idle ones if he's not moving anywhere. What do you mean Laster is the same? Oh, I do have Laster. Funny. All right. All right. I think... Actually, Laster should be an angle then, I guess. So then I won't do that. I'll just say velocity.angle. All right. So let's load it up, and then he should wander around, hopefully. Oh, I actually don't restart the timer. I need to do that. And pick new wander target, so... I'll do that in just a second. My eyes so irritated. Why stack so many if-else's when it could be cleaner? I mean, what would you recommend, then, for it being cleaner? Guess I could do some weird stuff where I snap the angle, then name the animations the name of the snapped angle or something, but that seems kind of complicated. Okay, let's change this to be... And this is all going to change too. I'm going to merge these two into one statement because I can just add on a prefix for whether it's movement or idle depending on the velocity speed. So then what do I need to do? I need to say timer.start randf range wander timer.x wander timer.y. Did I call wander time? Yeah, I think I did. All right, so that'll restart the timer every single time. Can you use an Apple Pen with Blender or a sprite if you know of? I think you can. Blender does have like grease pencil stuff. I don't know if a pencil with Blender would be very easy to do since a lot of it depends on keybinds, but you could definitely try. And I know A-Sprite has pen support. I mean, that would be insane if it didn't. So, macro bear. Yeah, so now he's just gonna wander around. So let's just wait a sec, and he should start moving. He'll just pick a random point. See, he just did a little wander. Now his wander distance is way too tiny. It's because it's in pixels and not in tiles, so it's I gotta fix that. But we can just say multiply this by 16 and now we're good. So he's always gonna wander about 5 to 10 tiles away. So you can see him doing that now. Sometimes he freaks out, so we have to fix that. But we'll work on that. It's just because of his, it's switching back and forth and trying to change direction instantly instead of kind of trusting himself to keep moving. So that's why. But it'll be pretty easy to fix. Come on, man. Making me look bad. Okay. Bruh. It's also way harder because he's massive. You know? Like, smaller animals wouldn't have much trouble getting around these, but yeah. Okay. He really likes going that way, doesn't he? I think I messed up something. It's because I didn't say minus wander range. Interesting. I said because it's between X and Y, but not negative. So I'll have to change this code a little bit. But I think that's going to be it. So yeah. Use a pen for Blender a lot. The sculpting interface is designed for it. Yeah, for sculpting it would be really good, I imagine. Yeah, I don't know about for like hard body modeling and stuff, but probably wouldn't be bad. You could definitely try it out. Okay. Curious, since you mentioned modeling macro bear in Blender, are there other assets you model in Blender for the game? So what do you choose to model versus make pixel art for? Yeah, so some of the assets I've modeled in Blender, and most of the time when I do that, it's because it's an extremely complicated thing to draw, or it's because it's very large. So one thing that I modeled in Blender was Dreadcap. I think I showed that off earlier. I can just show you guys really quick. Dreadcap, or it's called Mushroom Boss. So I modeled him in Blender because he's just so big that it would be really difficult to not model him in Blender, right? And I haven't really modeled very many things in Blender. I think the only other things that I have done is the Researcher. I just modeled the sphere in Blender because it has a lot of faces and stuff, and it would just be hard to mathematically do this properly by freehanding it, you know? So I just modeled the sphere in Blender rotating and then moved it in, and it's really easy. The other thing that I've done is the Tyria Ruins, which is this stuff. I know, there's all these collision boxes in the way. But this is what this looks like. I modeled this in Blender just because it's just easier, and this is a pretty large sprite. It's not enormous, but it's big enough to the point where I was kind of like, I just want this to look dimensionally accurate. It's easier to draw something like this guy without modeling just because he's more mushy and blobby, and so even if things aren't exactly right, it means that it's kind of okay because he's not a perfect shape. So for things that are super organic and a relatively manageable pixel size, then that's fine. But if you're doing anything enormous or anything where you really care about dimensional accuracy, then that's pretty important. So, but yeah. It gives me a better understanding when it's just worth doing something in Blender. Yeah, so what I actually do for that, I don't use a shader or anything. I export the image straight out of Blender. So I just export it at a really tiny size, whatever size I want. So Dreadcap was rendered out at 192 by 192. And like the Ruin, I think, was 96 by 96. So it's just easier to do that. Now, when you do render it out of Blender, there tends to be a lot of artifacting. So there's like weird pixels that look bad and just random dots of color. And so you have to go back through and kind of clean it up and make it look better. But it saves a lot of time when you have to draw big stuff like this. Because I'm not here thinking about like how to keep everything so accurate to each other. Because I have that like just blocked out regions. And then I go in and add the detail, you know. So yeah, that's the process. I've done UI elements in Blender. It helps to get the lighting right when you export it out. Yeah, those rendered images. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, I've never done any 3D UI stuff, but I could see that would be really helpful for that. These are tiny ruins, yeah. It's not that big, but I didn't want it to take up the entire map, so, you know, there's always a relationship between what makes sense gameplay-wise and what is realistic. But yeah, anyways, hopefully that helps. Always happy to answer questions if you guys have any about stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know if I will do the macro bear in Blender. It depends. I may load it up and just see how things go with that, but I don't know yet, so I'll have to think about it. But yeah, that's going to be it for today's stream. I appreciate everybody for coming and for all the raids. A bunch of them today. Thank you very much for that. So yeah. We're gonna go pick somebody to raid. Who do we want to raid? Let's see, what is Ravier up to? Modeling some, we got the 3D model on Godot. We could raid them, why not? Alrighty. Let me go ahead and get that started. But yeah, thank you everybody, appreciate it. Starground's up on Steam if we could raid Basie too. I didn't realize that. Let's see. When was the last time I raided Basie? I always try to raid the person I raided last. Destructible environment. That could be kind of fun. But yeah, feel free to buy the game on Steam. And join the Discord if you want. I usually put up little sneak peeks on the stuff that's coming soon. And yeah, this update hopefully won't take too long, but I'm not going to rush to get things done. I'm going to take our time and add in animals and the potions and all the works. So yeah. But thank you everybody for coming. I'll be next live Wednesday. I guess there's some affiliate celebration happening, the year affiliate anniversary on Wednesday. Twitch gave me a big pop-up about it. So yeah. But yeah, thank you gamers, and I'll see you another time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.